Sorry. We can do. What were you saying?
Where they can do crowd. Well, we'll get into it.
Okay.
We'll get into it.
Ken Coldblood. Thank you so much, Kenny Coldbloods with the big fans. Oh, what's up for 30 months, dude? Lots and lots of love. How are you guys doing? Ken Coldblood bringing us in. I don't know. Hey, Ken Coldblood, thank you for those 30 months of unbelievable support. That means a ridiculous amount. 30 months. 30 months you've made the same questionable decision, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much, my friend. Lots of love. Hope things are good. I'm so excited for this one as well, Tarkovsky. You'll be back in like 48 minutes. All right, man. We'll try to...
We're going to be knee deep.
I know. This is one where we might actually just jump into it immediately.
Yeah.
But you'll have the VOD. Forgot to watch Strange Days because you were watching anime. That's the same thing.
What anime are you watching?
You love the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, what are you watching, man? What's your anime, bro?
Okay, say off the bat, I fucking love the title, Strange Days.
Good title.
Especially
that sounds
for
like
this
you
movie.
don't like the movie too much. Yeah. Because you're like, first thing I want to say, good title.
Did anybody get to...
I'm going to back up from the table.
We once again realized that for whatever reason...
Yeah.
The Kathryn Bigelow movies...
Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
Coldblood, what are you doing? Kent Coldblood. Goodness, sweet mother of mercy.
Yeah, we realized that early Kathryn Bigelow movies are like next to impossible to find.
Besides Point Break.
Besides Point Break, yeah.
I bet if we tried to find Blue Steel, we couldn't find it either.
Probably not, yeah. Which is so weird. Because this is a big movie.
It's a big movie. Strange Days is not on Netflix. I looked for it.
No, there's no way.
I looked for it.
If it's on Netflix,
I
searched for it.
I know. I searched for it on Netflix. Ken Coldblood, how many effing... What did you just do, dude? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 gifted subs. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Ken.
Tarkovsky, welcome to the Lowbro Corps. Here's your badge. Hit the showers. Oh, Arcus 187, welcome to the Lowbro Corps. Here's your badge. Hit the showers. Psychotic. Welcome to the Lowbro Corps. Here's your badge. Hit the showers. They're co-ed because this is OCP. Zals. Thank you for the 6 months. Goodness gracious. Welcome back to the Lowbro Corps. Emperor Armpits. Welcome to the Lowbro Corps. Dizible. Welcome back to the Lowbro Corps with those 2 months. Lord Algost. Lord Aelgost. Thank you for those 2 months. Welcome back. Zombology. Welcome to the Lowbro Corps. Rebellious Freedom. Welcome to the Lowbro Corps. Natus Incorporated. Welcome to the Lowbro Corps. How can I not mention it? You just dropped a sub bomb, my friend. Sub bomb. I didn't have one ready, but
This is gonna go straight to his head.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna have to deal with it afterward.
Yeah. All you're doing. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so freaking much. That's ridiculous. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna do something really horribly disrespectful, which is to mute these 10 sub alerts, because if not, we'll just have cacophony in the background. But thank you so freaking much, dude. So I'll go watch this. I wonder if it's down now. That would suck. Lowbro's head is going to inflate. He's gonna grow into his new haircut. Look at this, man. Look at this thing. Look.
I told him that he looked like one of the contestants on The Bachelor, which I don't watch, but I do.
Look at that. That's my hair after it was given a haircut.
That's like Conan hair.
I know. It's crazy. It was this haircut was given to me, or it was whatever, and the guy, I was like, hey, I gotta go. I told him that I was going, to an audition, which is, where human beings are going to see me and judge me based on my appearance.
I got it.
And he was like, cool. And then I was like, because I came in and I was like, I got to get out of here. I got to be somewhere at 1:30. He was like, sweet. And then talked to me. And then like,
so
I looked at,
he did it.
He did this for a long. Well, he did this for a long time. And then I looked at my.
I
looked at my phone and I was like, hey, it's like 12:40 something. Am I going to be able to get out of here by 1? And he was like, let me see. Let me go get my instructor. And I was like, oh, cool. I'll get an instructor haircut. The instructor came over, did it. And it didn't, it worked out the way it did.
You mean he literally had to go find his supervisor
to cut my hair?
Because he was like, there's no way.
Yeah,
there's no way it's gonna happen in time.
Can't do this in 20 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, man, it was weird. You know what? D'Onofrio was giving me lowbrow vibes on this rewatch. Cool,
Oh,
cool. Racist future
lordy
cop.
lord.
Racist future cop. It was a while ago I watched it, so I wonder if it's down now. Yeah. Guys, goodness, sweet mother of mercy, Ken Coldblood.
Tarkovsky, are you in America or are
Pointed
you...
question. Hey, I got a question. I got a burning question. I gotta ask you.
I know that they just have different
yeah.
catalogs in other countries and stuff.
Tarkovsky, I believe, is America. Don't let the foreign name throw you. That's a film director.
That's yeah.
Racist, psycho, possibly homosexual. Oh, yeah, I kind of vaguely caught that.
You mean at the end
Yeah.
when he kissed him?
Yeah, when he kissed the other guy and was
he kissed
like,
the cop.
I do that all the time.
I love this man
Yeah.
as my partner.
Yep. But not my cop partner.
Not my cop partner.
My sex partner.
Yeah.
And it's not like a one-time thing.
It's not just all about sex, dude.
Yeah. Well, have you seen Strange Days?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, it's all about sex. I'm live in America's hat. I don't know what that means. He was really
That's
upset.
a great.
He was really
I'm gonna
upset.
start saying that. Jeff, where are you? I am live in America's hat right now, good friend.
Here we go. All right. Well, we're just gonna
What's that?
get it. We're gonna ignore
Yeah.
that. But go ahead.
I'm there.
What's the feeling on the scene?
I'm deep in a 10-gallon hat of America.
Oh gosh. Okay. Cool. All right. Wait. What's going on? What are you doing? I'm doing target shooting in a Buc-ee's. That's where I am.
Yeah.
That's how
I'm in one of their
America
very
I am.
clean stalls.
Yes.
It's great.
Sounds like something a truck driver would say over a CB radio. Well,
I'm flying down I-10 in America's hat.
If I could amend my speech to be more like a CB radio trucker, then
I would much
I'd be on
prefer
board.
all conversations to be like you're on a ham radio.
Yeah. You're in the Pork Chop Express, Jack Burton, aka Canada. Oh, Canadiana. Canadiensis.
Cool.
Hey, this is interesting. It's the opening soundtrack to Strange Days.
What did you think of the music?
It was,
And I mean not just the score, but
yes,
like
a lot of it was very 90s.
It was very 90s.
Like so 90s.
I loved it.
Yeah, very 90s.
I loved it.
Yeah, it was really 90s.
This was such a. I love movies where you're
Yeah.
like, I enjoyed this movie,
So, yeah.
and on top of that, I was just like, this is drenched in 90s
So
stuff.
the first thing that I saw of this film, I took a picture of it. I was like, oh, I know what decade we're in.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
of the font.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to see it because it's green. Yeah, it's useless what I'm doing. But just the font, the opening font, like the first thing that shows up is 20th Century Fox Presents.
It's like a standard Cameron font.
It looks like yeah.
I think any tech movie in the 90s had,
Yeah.
like, I think if we watch The Net, that's gonna have that same font.
What do you mean?
I think if we watch
Hackers?
Virtuosity, it's
Yeah.
gonna have the same font.
Hackers?
And if it has Hackers, it's gonna have that font. Yeah.
And Lawnmower Man.
So
Lawnmower
we're
Man.
really
is
just we're peppering this in a way. We'll have news later.
yeah,
for you,
we'll have this, which we just
which
basically
will be relevant to what we just said.
yeah, or just literally what we just said. If you first saw this in the mid 90s and it is so 90s, it's so 90s.
It's great.
It's so 90s.
It's so 90s, and I love it.
It's as 90s, about as 90s as anything
Yeah.
could possibly be.
It's my favorite. I don't know what it is, but like, I feel like this is the one that kind of ended. Like 95 was where it kind of ended, and you had a good theory about it last night.
Yeah.
Where you were like, when 7 came out,
Yeah, I think
it kind of ended the high gloss.
I mean, a lot of people were-
overindulgent 90s action movie, and it became something else entirely.
for some
post-7.
people. I think it lit a fire for people. I think it was the beginning of sort of the modern era of film. Is
Yes,
David Fincher's 7?
I agree.
And I think certain people perked up, and then other people kept making high gloss action movies.
But you could see it already starting
all the
to
way till
filter.
'99.
But what they started to do was like they were still doing the high gloss thing, but they
Mm-hmm.
were like, but let's give it a really creepy intro. Like there are so many movies between 95 and 99
Mm-hmm.
that completely try to emulate the amazing credit sequence from 7. It's very interesting.
7 is like when grunge killed off hair metal. Yeah. I mean, I really do think that the
Yeah.
biggest precursors, the two grandfathers who had sex and birthed the modern movie.
You talking about lemonparty.com?
Yeah, bro. Oh man, now we pounded on that. Now it's like a thing.
It's my favorite site.
I'm gonna turn this music off. It's nice, but I really do think that the two progenitors, again, the two grandfathers who had sex and created the modern film,
Keep using that.
are Seven and Heat, which came out the same year.
Yeah, same year. What a 95. What a hell of a year.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we were talking
Seven,
about it. It's like
Heat.
It's like
Strange Days, Tank Girl,
Goldeneye, which was one of the best Bond movies in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
We listed a whole bunch of them, like 95, 99,
Mm-hmm.
and then really probably jumps all the way to 2007,
Mm-hmm.
where you had like these formidable years of movies that were just masterpiece after masterpiece.
In 2007, you just start listing. I've like several times in my life gone like, what came out that year again? So I can just
you can't
and then
believe it.
You just go 15 deep and you go, dang.
Yeah, you cannot believe it.
It's crazy, man. And 99 too. Yeah, I haven't seen Tank Girl at all, and I really
We watched a trailer for it. I thought it was I think there's like a Criterion movie called like Fish Tank or something.
Oh yeah.
Is that a okay?
Totally different.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't think of two.
He showed me the trailer and I was like, that's not what I was thinking. That's not what I was thinking at all.
That's one with Michael Fassbender, right?
Yes.
No. I don't blame you for not liking Tank Girl at all. I haven't seen it, but my gosh, I feel like Tank Girl feels like
it fits in.
Feels like Super
kinda,
Mario Brothers, which I also kind of
Yeah.
feel like maybe came out that year.
Yeah, in 95.
I want to say
That's the dark edge of 95. You're like, we'll give you all these, but you're gonna have to have Super Mario Brothers too.
where is that? The dark side of the street.
I can't believe that movie got made. We should do that one at some point. No, I'm good. I don't I don't do oranges.
All right, man. All right. I'm not a tape head. Or what does she call him? Or
Oh,
I'm
the
not a
vernacular
wirehead.
in this movie is so amazing. Like, I love how
it
nonchalantly
does all the things.
He's like, "Wait, you don't get jacked in or whatever," and I'm like,
You get
can't
wired?
say-
Yeah.
I love it because I know what they're trying to. They're just like, this is just the norm, but it's a little silly, but it's great. You know,
That's why one of my very favorite specific genres is 90s speculative near future sci-fi. Because they do stuff like that where they go, oh man, like you just kind of go like, because you get these.
And
like,
I love that they're doing it like only 4 years in the future, and like, but just because it was like that. Oh, we're coming up with the millennium. Everyone just assumed there was going to be this massive jump into like the future tech, like immediately.
Yeah, at one point I was like, they thought this was 4 years from when they made. I mean, like 8 or 5 years, I guess, because it was 94 they're making it. But
and in a way, they're not like
No,
they're
yeah.
on the right track for a lot of
because he's still
certain
driving
things.
like a Crown Victoria or whatever the fuck it was.
And like the
he's
voyeuristic
driving it.
aspect of it, like that is coming to fruition.
Yeah.
And it kind of is already here. It's probably not as it's not what it is in the movie, but I really felt like it hit on a lot of things that are going on.
Hack the planet, bro. Well, yeah, let's hop into it. 13th Floor. Yeah, I'm very interested to see 13th Floor. I've never seen it. That's like pre-Matrix, but they're all like pre-Matrix. These are all things that you can kind of go like. I mean, they're all literally pre-Matrix, just chronologically pre-Matrix. But I mean, they're also kind of like along those lines. But yeah, I just love because they hit everything. They do everything. It's like it's grungy, but then like they do certain things. Like there's just a shot where he walks into the club and there's this guy who like they're like, show Mr. whatever his name a good time. Remember, it's like the guy she's taking in the limo, and this guy takes him, and the guy is wearing kind of like a.
You're talking about the Asian guy?
Yeah,
yeah.
But like the guy who starts leading him away is wearing like this kind of like formless jumpsuit with like a rubber hose here, and I was like, that's It's like I love it.
It's like we got that from the Back to the Future too.
Yeah, right, exactly. In Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, they wear these things that are just like foam rubber like cutouts. It's just great. Yeah, and it's oh gosh, yeah. You ever get jacked in? You ever get wired?
It's like it's a blackjack.
Yeah, it's a blackjack. But I'm like, but some of these things I'm like, that works.
Oh no, it's
a black market.
I think it all kind of works.
Yeah,
a lot of it's just
I think
there's just so much in this movie that they're throwing at you
Yeah.
immediately, and then it takes such a weird turn.
And
Not
it's
a
like-
weird turn, it's just a surprising turn about halfway through.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, it's a very interesting movie.
Mm-hmm.
Did you like it?
A lot.
Yeah.
I mean,
I had a really good time with
also
it.
very interesting and complicated feelings about it.
Yeah.
And early on, the thing is that this movie goes on for 2.5 hours.
Crazy
So it goes
how-
like, yo, like, yeah, I know you're not in this universe yet, but like, we've got a long time to win you over.
Yeah.
And kind of immerse you in it, and they do, and it kind of sneaks up on me. I kind of go like, because there was a specific point, I can't remember. I think I wrote it down where like Ralph Fiennes said something, or like he just, there was a moment. It was when it's when he's making that sale, like when he's making that sale to that lawyer, and he kind of leans in and he has this whole line about how he's like, I'm the magic man, I'm the Santa Claus of the subconscious.
Yeah.
And I was like, how many fucking euphemisms? I was like, some people call me the space cowboy, some people call me the gangster of love. Like he's going, but he does so well in that pitch and in that scene and in that character in that moment. Because before that, I was like. Because I love Ralph Fiennes. I love him. And I was like, I can't wait to see him play against type as this like street hustler. Like, that's crazy. And then it starts, and like 4 lines in, I go, oh, buddy, you're having some trouble. You are definitely playing against type, and you are having trouble hiding that accent. And you were saying some weird shit.
I liked
some garbled, like, not.
I felt like, because you did get his like affectation, like it was slipping in there, and it made it more charming to me.
He is, and that's the thing, is that like, because you see his face on the cover, you see like stills from it, and you go like, oh, he's a badass.
So did I.
And I was kind of like, and the movie starts, and I go, is he supposed to be a badass? Oh, he's kind of weird. Oh, he's sort of interesting. He's whatever. And then like 30 minutes into the movie, you go, oh,
he's a goofball.
I get who this guy is.
Yeah.
And he's charming and comedic, and he has that in spades. Like, I mean, Ralph Fiennes is wonderfully personal and magnetic, and just, well, and it's in some ways
in this, but like, I know that
it ends up being like, oh yeah, good.
Well, James Cameron didn't want to hire him because he was like, he's too handsome. And he's very handsome, and he looks great in this movie because he was like, I think because he got the story credit, and I think he did a first pass on the script, and then they handed
like
it
a
off.
treatment,
a treatment, yeah.
Which I think he like.
And I can understand why he said that, because you can tell that like the character that he had constructed was supposed to be. I'm trying to think of like what's a good comparison. But just like
they consider
fish out of water, like can't get his life together. But still a lovable kind of.
But at the same time, like the people they were considering were like Schwarzenegger and Bruce Willis. And,
oh, really?
Like Andy Garcia was going to be it for a while.
Oh,
I'm like,
really?
I'm like, oh yeah. Don't get Ralph Fiennes. Get that dog, Andy Garcia. Come on. I was like, what
oh, that's surprising. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like they're all these like Mel Gibson. Like, I mean, just all the
Mel Gibson could have pulled it off real well. That would have been cool.
You didn't remember it being that long. Yeah. This movie had some cool small character moments, like when they first get drinks and they're like, Bobby, I love Sizemore, man.
Yeah, that was cool.
And I really like when Sizemore said to the ex-football player bodyguard, hey, go out for a pass, bro. Yeah. I love a lot of what Sizemore does in this. So much.
It made me miss him. Yeah. Like, he's not nearly in enough stuff anymore, and it's a bummer because he's so good. He kind of got downgraded because of like all his personal troubles. Yeah. And he's doing a lot of TV now.
He's so good.
And he's so good.
He's so good. Like
he's in Twin Peaks. Oh, cool. Oh,
love that
opening. He's great in Twin Peaks.
Love the opening monologue as he's selling. Oh, he is? Oh my gosh! All that just registered. That's amazing. I've always like liked Tom Sizemore, but like honestly, just in that pop in Point Break, I was like, oh my gosh, he's amazing.
Yeah, I didn't know he had such a relationship with Bigelow.
Yeah, and he's apparently in. I saw just a tiny clip from Blue Steel, which I've always wanted to see, and he's in that too. I think he gets shot by Jamie Lee Curtis. I don't know how big his role is, but yeah, I was like, I always knew who Tom Sizemore was, and I was like, yeah, he's good. I just didn't realize how just magnetically charismatic he is. I love that actor. He's great. He's so good.
He's one of those weird guys that like I've known since I was 12 because like he was in Saving Private Ryan. That was the movie that got me into movies. Yeah. And so I've always been hyper aware of him. Yeah. And yet he's just always been a very strong character actor.
He's so
great. I fell in love with Heat, and I was like, huh?
Yeah. Absolutely not, Embelak. I definitely did not. I did not see that coming.
I didn't see that coming at all. No. It really did surprise me.
They did a really good...
I was glad when they pulled his hair off, and I was like, okay, good. So that's intentionally away, because it was really hard for me. Yeah. I was like, just put it in a knot there. Yeah. Like, it's a terrible, terrible
But it's so funny that
it makes sense.
They go, it's been in plain sight the whole time. We put it under your nose. Yeah. I love it. There's a lot of really great stuff in here. A lot of really great stuff in here like that.
But it did get very... There are moments of true brilliance in this movie, but it's an uneven movie. Like, when they do the expository villain monologue for like 7 minutes at the end, where it's like, okay, we're gonna explain literally what the plot is because we've kind of gotten so down the rabbit hole here, and they're just, and it's clunky, it's real clunky, like him just in the room, and then they have Ray Fiennes like lob him like, oh yeah. Well, then what about this? And then he goes into a second monologue explaiing that, and then a third, and then like a
then
fourth.
Juliette Lewis like finishes a sentence for him and comes in and whatever. But I mean, like, I like two things. Like, A, I needed that at that point.
Well, but
also and also B, well, three things. A, I needed that at that point, or something like that. B, they had already kind of like inured me to that because of the opening expository monologues telling me exactly what this thing is and how it works. Like he's like, it's the squid, and I go, okay, squid, and then he gives me the acronym. What is it like? I had it, and I thought I had it memorized. Something quantum interrupting device, and I go, and it looks like a squid. Okay, keep thinking, keep going, keep in the concept area, and then he goes. Something interrupting device, squid, and I go, shut up.
We know,
I know. And then like there's
a lot of that throughout the movie
early on, and then so by that time, and then the third thing is that by that point when he was doing his, I mean we're jumping all over, but whatever. By the time he was doing that, by the time he's doing his monologuing, explaining this is the mystery resolution, I had kind of cottoned onto, and it took me a while to kind of go like, oh, like not only is this noirish, it is a classic film noir.
Yeah,
played like it's like she's clear, because I remember the reason what I was like, man, it's kind of weird that she's a singer. I wish she wasn't a singer. It's kind of dumb. And then I go, oh, she's a singer because the femme fatale is a lounge singer. She's a femme fatale. That's who she is. And and then I was like, oh, and I appreciated it more when I started going like, oh yeah, this is just playing with the tropes of like the Maltese Falcon or Chinatown. Like it's playing with the tropes of a film noir set in a different whatever, which should be obvious, but like they're actually kind of trotting out the people, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Beginning some clues, like he says a bullet in his head, and then later, of course, you go like that's his motive, because he's like he's like, who cares, nothing matters.
Oh,
and he's like,
I didn't put that together.
Oh, that's right. I didn't read the end of your thing. That's right. But then he's like, and some dude can just like put a bullet in your brain and it's all over. And it's like, okay, so that's his motive. Is he's like nothing matters. The world is ending. I'm a nihilist. I mean that is a bit shaky.
It's just
because I like the ending.
The surprise hits hard, and the reveal of Tom Sizemore hits really hard because I was genuinely shocked. I was not expecting that. And then, but because that shocked me so much, they're like, all right, now we got to explain this to you.
But I am still confused. I finished the movie and then was like, and then I was like, but the Sizemore thing doesn't make sense to me. Why? And then I go, oh right, no, they did explain that. Okay, cool.
No, but then they explained it in detail because they were like, we have to, or else it's not going to make any sense.
But then when they pull the wig off him, and he's got the whatever,
he's just recording all the time.
Oh, because he's addicted to it. or
I think
whatever.
it's that, and yeah, and then when he does something great, I mean, that's how I took it.
I mistakenly, because this is not what they kind of, because they explain, even for as much as they explained it, the technology and what it does or whatever, there's so much going on in this movie that when they pulled that off him, I go, oh, he is being controlled. And I was like, oh wait, that's not what that means.
It's not, but I can see why you would think that, because there's so many triple twists already that you're like,
because he does this thing where it's like
you expect that to mean something.
Yeah. He was just recording. The seismic reveal works. It does, but then it like.
Yeah, and then the two cops. Yeah, so let's talk about the two cops real quick, because the two cops. Should we set this up?
Let's kind of start from the beginning and go down.
Okay,
but let me real quick. I'm gonna, because it's really hot in here. I'm gonna turn on the.
Okay.
Are you feeling it? I'm gonna turn the.
I'll set it up.
Down. Yeah.
So it's. I mean, what is it? Hold on. I'm gonna pull up the synopsis, because to try to summarize this on my own is gonna be nigh impossible. But one thing we're going to do a deep dive into is the voyeuristic stuff, because just on a technical level, I couldn't. We were just gabbing over it because it was so unbelievable. Let's see.
So
Strange Days is a 1990 American sci-fi thriller directed by Kathryn Bigelow. Set in the last 2 days of 1999, the film follows the story of a black marketeer of squid discs. Recordings that allow a user to experience the recorder's memories and physical sensations as he attempts to uncover the truth behind the murder of a prostitute.
Yeah, so basically we open right in this stunning.
This opening 5 minutes.
Great.
I was overwhelmed with how cool it was, because I knew it was so effortless. And yet, by the time they jump across the building, I was like, this must have taken them forever to figure out how to film, because it's little things. It's little things like when they go out onto the roof. And there's a helicopter up there. And then he looks over and there's a car explodes. That stuff
exactly
always gets me.
My brain goes
a real way.
Yeah, I immediately was like, oh gosh, they had to choreograph
all that, and it's all real.
And it's got hidden cuts in it, but like still, who cares?
But you couldn't even tell. Like it was so effortless.
And
like,
where they digitally did it in Children of Men. This time they were just like camera blurs. And it's like
And so it starts with a robbery. And it's from a first-person view, because these squid discs, they're memories that they sell on the black market, and this is a memory that Ray Fiennes' character, what's his name,
Lenny Nero.
All right,
fiddling while Rome burns,
and it does this whole robbery, and then the police show up and they run up the stairs. And they go to the roof, and then they jump to another roof, and then and the guy doesn't quite make the jump, and then it ends with him falling down, and it's all one continuous take. It's like a video game first-person POV.
It's crazy because he jumps, and you see his hands, and he grabs.
I'm just like, how did
the guy's
they do that?
holding him, and then he falls, right?
Yeah,
because he gets shot or something, or
the guy helping him up shoots, and then he gets shot. And then he falls.
And then he falls, and you go, and I just go that at that moment I go. Because you start seeing something in the film, like whenever you start seeing something in a movie where you go like, oh, this is a one take, then you kind of starts in the back of my brain where I'm keeping track of like how hard this would be while I'm also kind of whatever, and then I go da 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 da, and then they did that, and I go like when he jumped, I go, he's gonna do it now? How are they gonna do this? I'm watching for a cut, and then he just leaps over, and his hands are there, and I go, I'm done.
It was crazy.
My brain is done figuring it out. I'm just gonna not.
I really want, because they spent a year developing a first-person rig.
Yes.
Where they stripped down
specific for this movie
to make they figured out a way to strip down a film camera, because this is pre-digital,
which is ridiculous.
And they made it like even more lightweight than like the really tiny RE cameras, which a lot of independent productions used in like the 70s New Hollywood movements, because they were so lightweight and you could move around a lot. So they stripped some camera down and got it so lightweight, and it took them a year to figure out how to like make it work in the context of like being able to see the hands. Yeah. Because I haven't seen the rig, but I'm assuming they had to. it's a guy who's also being the actor,
Mm-hmm.
and they used prime lenses that are super lightweight and have like a fixed focal length, and then they just had the guy like perform the part with this rig. It's blowing my mind just talking about it.
And it said, unless I misread it, it said like, because it's a film camera, but it like outputted to a monitor.
Okay.
Which is what they would watch, because there's no way on the camera, because it's so small, to look at what you're filming. But like whatever. So the guy's just doing it.
Yeah.
It had like a follow focus on it. It had certain other components and stuff. But it was like, it was like 8 pounds, and just the very basic. I mean, it's just crazy. It's really, really, really nuts. And then they're like, he's running, and and the guy's doing the performance, because little things like when like he's running up, and I go cool, and I'm thinking about this dude who I'm like, oh, he's got a steady cam or something, and then you see his hand on the railing of the stairs, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
And then like, and I go, and so then my brain, it's so funny. I never really thought about it, but like I have parallel brains going on where I'm like story, and then I'm like, okay, the actor did that. The actor's running behind him and put his hand on the whatever.
Yeah. Me too.
And then he leaps and catches and I go, what?
Yeah.
And
it happened again later on when they would do voyeuristic sequences where they would see the characters interacting with another character, and then they would look up and there'd be a mirror.
Well, that one blew my freaking mind, because that's where, and that's that I rewound.
Click on that.
They invented the GoPro, basically.
Cinephilia is awesome.
Oh man.
Now that looks.
Yeah. Oh, so it's like a Steadicam.
Wait.
Or it's like it's got a.
Well, that looks like a director's viewfinder, but is that it? Like a really fancy one, but maybe that is it. Did Cinephilia break down this movie with a huge article? That's an awesome website, by the way. If anyone is unfamiliar, you should. I subscribe to it. It's awesome. Very interesting.
I mean, that looks about the right time.
But you think they're just holding it?
I thought it was
because it's
strapped
two
to the
hands.
dude. It's definitely strapped to the dude. I mean, but that looks like a mirror shot in Contact. So, I can't remember Contact, but there's a mirror shot in this where
there's 2 mirror shots.
Yeah, well,
there's the one with Juliette Lewis when he's having that memory, and they're like getting very intimate, and then he looks up.
And I rewound that scene a lot, not because of that.
Sure you did.
No, because I didn't even. That's how subtle and amazing it was I didn't even notice the first thing, because she walks in and she's looking at, and we're looking at her, and she comes over here, and then and we're already seeing, or she flips around, and she's dirty in the mirror here.
Do you think it's a fake mirror?
I don't know what the fuck it is,
because it's clearly not the actors. So like, do you think it's because like?
But it's so brilliant. Because if it's green screen, it's flawless, and I just don't think it is. But
I think because later
she turns at the exact same time. He flips over. We see Ray Fiennes, and then she turns in the mirror at the exact same time.
It's very
not like that's a good match.
Yeah, she can't be in the mirror because she's on camera in the memory.
Yeah. And Ray Fiennes is not behind her, not holding a camera. It's crazy. It's crazy because you see her shoulder dirty in the frame, which, unless they could do it today. Like today I go, cool, they just digitally cut it or digitally put her in.
Yeah, but that's not what they did.
And that's not what they did.
Which means that they must have just positioned it, the camera just enough askew to be out of.
But we see her shoulder, unless that's it. They have a
double shoulder.
No, because that shoulder turns and it's her. It blows my fucking mind, dude. I don't know.
But then the other thing
I rewound it and watched it a million times.
When the guy breaks into the hotel room, he crosses in front of a mirror, or maybe it's.
Oh, you mean when Sizemore looks in the mirror after?
There's a moment when someone, and it's through the voyeur like camera, he's walking through a hotel room and he looks over and he passes by a mirror and you see the body pass by the mirror, which would be impossible.
Oh, yes.
And I think the mirror has shelves on it or something.
It's during the first,
when
assault.
he puts the ski mask on.
Yes, that's exactly it. And you see his body type, and it made me go, and it's brilliant because I was like, oh, it's D'Onofrio. But it's not, it's Sizemore. Because I was like, oh, he's a little bulky, it's D'Onofrio.
I wasn't even, I didn't even, Honestly, I'm gonna tell you, I thought it was the old police commissioner. That's just what I thought. I was like, this is where it's gonna go. It's gonna be about corruption at the highest level.
Yeah.
And he's a weirdo.
The contact mirror. This is from Contact. Okay, let's see this. This is a mirror.
And
shot
was this
from Contact?
Was this Contact mirror shot done practically?
I don't know, because this would be like 97. What is Contact? Is it Jenna Malone? No. Dad? Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Dad.
I need to watch Contact.
I know,
again.
it's been forever. I loved that movie. And I went and saw it in high school, and my friends were like, that was dumb. I was like, you're dumb.
I revisited.
I vaguely remember this.
She looks like she's running on a track.
Yeah, it looks like they told her to. That's digital,
Wait.
100%.
Wait. What?
Yeah, I know. They just.
Something's happening
right there. Yeah, exactly. That's what they digitally composite. They had her run in front of a green screen.
It's 97. That's not a thing.
I think.
How did the
it
fuck
is.
did they do that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's cool.
What do you mean it's not digital? How is it not digital? What? How could it not be digital?
It's not. That's like 97, man.
What are you talking about?
That's not. That's pre. Well, no, because
because 97 and it's Ron Howard.
No, it's Zemeckis.
Oh, it is.
Which makes
Zemeckis, yeah.
which makes even more sense.
Yeah, right.
I revisited What Lies Beneath.
Don't say it. Well,
recently.
I've never seen it.
Oh, it's amazing.
We should do Zemeckis.
And people shit on it when it first came out. And I'm
Yeah.
like, that movie is fuck. I've seen that movie like 10 times.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful old school
Yeah.
ghost movie.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. How's it not digital? It's pretty sure it wasn't digital, but I remember reading it. It might be
If
wrong.
it's Zemeckis, he's so on the forefront of
know.
that stuff that it makes me think that it would be. And then I'm thinking, in Contact, they had a CGI thing that
like-
she fell into. So
like a
effects
centrifuge
were
or something, yeah.
there. But still, that's very impressive.
It is. Yeah.
Um,
and it is Zemeckis. And you know Zemeckis was like, yeah, what is it about aliens? I got a really good idea for a mirror shot. That's why we're making the movie.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous, though.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Look at her hand in the mirror compared to her hand reaching for the cabinet handle. Dang it. Got to ruin it for me? Anyway. Yeah, the mirror shot blew my mind. Blew my mind. And I was like, goodness gracious. Wait. Oh, I see. You're saying your fingers are more splayed out. Did you notice that your...
I don't
I think
know,
it matches.
man.
I think it matches. That's just the back of her hand.
There is a
wouldn't see.
moment when she's running
Yeah.
that almost looks like she's still running but in place.
Which could be, yeah. Which it to my first thought was I was like, oh, she's slowing down for the camera, but because the guy has to run backward. But then I was like, but then you go like, no, because they would do it again until it didn't look like that. So that was something they had to do.
Do it one more time.
It is. It might. That's what it is. It's maybe it's an optic, but it's really good. Like
yeah.
where it's like a double. I don't fucking know.
It's right there.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Yeah.
But
And
I
now
mean,
it's back. Now she's out of it.
Yeah.
Now she's out of it. There's something.
I don't know, man. That's
There's
crazy.
some sort of optical effect. Yeah,
Very cool.
It is superimposed. That makes sense. I say that makes sense, but it just it satisfies a little bit of my brain, a little bit. But no, I still it blows my mind when I watch a movie from like the 50s or 60s and the credits just blow my mind. I go, how do they do this? When it's not animation, but it's just like optical effects. Optical effects are more like almost impressive to me than
like, for example,
just I don't know. Just stuff like where I don't even just the simple act of like superimposing words on an image or whatever, like before computers.
It was a very expensive thing.
Things don't make sense to me.
That's why it's always, I think Citizen Kane is a kind of a dry movie.
Yeah.
I really enjoy it, but boy, you can still watch it and be like, how did they do that?
A Steadicam person with the VistaVision camera strapped to his chest ran backwards in front of young Ellie as he goes up the stairway, and down the hallway. Then he stopped and made a deal with some sort of supernatural being and was like, "Yo, can we pull this off?" They just met actual aliens who were like, "Here's the technology." There was a speed change. We ramped from 24 to 48, though I can't remember exactly. We could have ramped through 3 different speeds. Who's this? Who's this guy? Is this Zemeckis? By the time she stops and puts her hand up to open the medicine cabinet door.
So the reflection is...
Oh, they composite 2 shots together? But where's the camera in that reflection shot?
It's off to the side.
But it doesn't. But she doesn't change...
Because it's a composite onto the mirror. They did the shot in one
take,
and then they composited it onto the mirror. So the trick is in the mirror, actually.
That is insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know how to do anything for computers. Yeah, medicine cabinet was the B plate, second plate, and the door closes, and we have the C plate, third plate, which is a reflection of the photo of young Ellie and her dad. Thanks, Internet. Yeah, where did you get that? That's awesome. That's Zemeckis talking pretty clearly, right? Or the effects supervisor or something. Anyway, this one blew my fucking mind.
Yeah.
I don't know how they did it.
What did you think about all the post-apocalyptic street stuff at the beginning?
Oh, right. Oh, so yeah. Well, so you're talking about like right after that scene,
like right after there's an amazing opening sequence, and then he falls to the ground, and then
he shakes it off.
Immediately cut to Ray Fiennes, and he takes it off, and we understand that. Oh, okay. So it's a great way of setting all that up. Totally. And then he goes outside and he starts driving to someplace else,
and then it feels totally different,
and it's crazy because he's listening to the radio that's setting up the world, all this B-roll of everything,
and I think
it was just like
it's so jarring, but it must be on purpose. Like, I mean, it is on purpose because it's like because you go from I think like however many a couple of minutes into that POV thing, I'm like, what is it? Oh, this is one of the I was like, oh, has to be one of the experience, like what I assumed was like virtual reality experiences at the time, but I was like, this is one of those things. Flips it off. We have some awkward dialogue, and I go, "Oh, okay. This is too bad. I wish we were in that other movie that I was just watching."
Yeah.
And then it cuts to him in the thing, and it is like cut so frenetically,
and there's a lot going on.
And it's like cutting with the channel changes of the radio.
Yeah,
and
it's cool. And I like how it's done. It's just I was like, oof.
Yeah.
I was like, this is like Biff Tannen's alternate 1980.
Oh, you just mean in general the like.
It was a lot. I felt like it was a lot.
Yeah, like the level of it.
The cars on fire, like people just randomly throwing Molotov cocktails onto the ground.
Yeah.
Like it felt like Biff Tannen's 19 like in Back to the Future too.
Yes.
Reality.
And people are on talk radio explaining the state of the world, which is like fine.
Which was crazy to me because. At one point, the radio commentator says he said something. He was like, "We got people shooting up our schools.
Yeah,
we got."
He said
3 things that are happening now all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in this movie.
Yeah,
he said there were 5th graders shooting each other at recess, and I was like,
"Yep,
wow."
As a fact.
Bothered by the first 5 minutes. I wasn't bothered by the first 5 minutes. I was bothered by the subsequent 7 minutes. And then it cuts to, but it's
to Iraq and
yeah, it was great.
And it was a 60 minutes interview, but why? Yeah, but
why? We can get into that. Let's do that. Let's set aside some time. So the level of it didn't. I think I was just so jarred by the change in style because we've had this like. Beautiful, sweeping, very, very frenetic, but no visible cut thing into like a normally edited scene, and then into something that's like, and it's like, it's just the cutting is so frenetic that I was like, I don't like this, and I don't know that I have a chance to like it because it's so rhythmically different from what I was just experiencing and liked.
This movie really, I admire it, and I did like it, but it does feel like it's a movie at war with itself. And it's interesting to me because...
How fitting. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, all right. Stop it!
Go ahead.
Do you want to do a voice right now, or... There,
Go ahead.
it's interesting to me. And was Kathryn Bigelow with James Cameron at this point?
No, I don't think so. But they did.
Was it after this or before this?
She was married to him before.
Before, okay. It's very interesting because this was James Cameron's story, and he wrote the like a very extensive outline.
Well, they wrote that.
He said a very unwieldy outline, but Kathryn Bigelow really identified with it, and she saw a lot of potential, and she was really into the tech and everything. But she also saw an opportunity to go further with it because she was like on the ground in the cleanup after the LA riots, and she said that was very impactful for her. And so she was the one who brought in all the political, social stuff,
which is what makes it interesting.
Which is what elevates this movie
100%
completely. But at the same time, you have all this amazingly like blunt, in your face social commentary that's bold and just there, and yet it's at war with a very conventional tech thriller,
which
is Cameron's Bones.
Totally.
And then she injected all her stuff. So it's very interesting to me, and I kind of said this last night to you, but like how it really is a great movie to talk about on here because it bridges the gap from who she was before with Near Dark, Point Break, and her late 80s, early 90s sensibilities to where she's gonna go later in her career with Hurt Locker,
Zero Dark 30,
Detroit, and then Detroit,
Detroit is
this
soul, it's
right
like
there, 1-to-1,
absolutely. And it's funny because I was watching things and they were like, oh, and now and now she's tackling race relations and police brutality in Detroit, and I'm like, yeah, man. 95, like it's and so now from what I understand, and I've read different things, but like it was like he had the sort of, like you said, the skeleton of the idea, which is kind of like all great James Cameron stuff. It's like, oh, it's like a kind of like a knockoff Phil K. Dick, but a good one, and just equally, and then realized with a singular vision that Cameron has. But so he kind of had the sort of the premise of this and sort of, like you said, like the bones of it. And then she came together and developed. And I don't know if he because he showed her a treatment, she was impressed. And then I think they developed it together, handed that over to Jay Cox.
Yeah,
he wrote the script.
Had like a really he called it an unwieldy
like
treatment.
A novel-esque
like
kind
a novel.
Of.
It was like he was like there was a lot in there. And it was really cool, and we really liked where it was going. Because you're right, they worked on it together. But then, they handed it off to a screenwriter to like punch it up. And then he said he really liked what the screenwriter did, and then he did a pass just on dialogue.
Polish it, And I think it's interesting because I was scrolling through stuff and I saw something that said they called it James Cameron's Blade Runner, and I was like, well, that's totally dismissive of her.
Yeah.
Because monumental contribution to this. I mean, she made this movie.
She made this movie on a technical level, what it was, and how innovative and interesting. And then she made this movie rise above. This wouldn't have worked or been nearly as interesting or good at all.
The stuff that I love about it,
commentary in it.
The stuff that I love about it, and the stuff that sets it apart, is all Kathryn Bigelow, because it's like it is this because you go, oh wait, what? Like what if it lives in this very, 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 very interesting and challenging area where it's like, what if Terminator was commenting on race and the abuse of women and the abuse of power and police brutality and voyeurism, like the 90s, they had voyeurism comments in spades, but it's like real shit.
Yeah.
And doing it in a real way, not going like kind of.
And it's really interesting. I just don't think it gels completely with the bones of what Cameron gave, which is a highly polished Hollywood movie.
Right.
Like it is a Hollywood movie. Yeah. And then it's injected with this really intense social commentary type stuff, which is why it's so surprising, because the bones of it are an ABC Hollywood movie, which no one does better than James Cameron, but it feels weird here to me.
And it's interesting because so there's this And I agree that this is sort of the. Well, I don't know because I think that it is a different kind of movie than she's done before in a lot of ways, right? In terms of scale and, well, I mean, Point Break's pretty fucking big, but it taps into some stuff, and then like she goes off and does. I mean, there was like The Weight of Water and
I'm very interested.
K-19, The Widowmaker,
Yeah,
and then there was Hurt Locker.
yeah.
So that's between this.
But you can see it in this one, like in like the shots of the military on the streets and everybody in the riot gear. She's already adapting this thing that she goes full whole hog on in Hurt Locker and the preceding movies after Hurt Locker, which is this kind of documentary, rough handheld aesthetic.
That's true.
Combined with a very slick presentation amidst that, and she perfects it. She perfects it in Hurt Locker,
right?
Because Hurt Locker it's an amazing movie.
It is.
And it's just like it's a boiler,
Pot boiler.
It's a hot boiler.
Pot boiler? Yeah.
Pot boiler.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pot boiler.
Yeah.
And it's great, and it's done very, very well.
And then it also has a very, complex and very, very palpable and relevant social message, right? Which, I mean, it's just talking about, like any war movie, it's about, hey, these are heroes. Hey, look what war does to people. Hey,
and
what
yet
are we
finds
doing?
a new way into it that really did not feel pandering.
Yeah, and feels very intimate
or cliche. Yeah, it feels like an intimate portrait of one dude, and how war has taken. Like he's so damaged by it that now it's all he knows. Like,
it's like
I love how well, we're going to talk about it next week.
Yeah.
But I do love how that movie ends, where he's just like, I'm going back because it's the rush.
Yeah.
And it's all I know.
Yeah.
And it's like all I have now. And that's
like
heartbreaking and beautiful and complicated and great.
This is going to sound how it's going to sound, but like what Logan is to comic book movies, like Hurt Locker is to like because it just goes, because most other war movies are like it's just such a large canvas, and this is just this one dude and this solitary thing that he does. I mean, it's such a very interesting way into commenting on war. I agree. But I think
I really want to see what she did after this, because she was put in director's jail after this for 5 years,
right? Because
this movie cost $42 million.
Nothing.
It made it $42 million in 1995. That's big.
Yeah,
that's like an $80-90 million movie today.
And it was part of a thing where
with Lightstorm,
and it with the other half of it was True Lies.
Yeah,
and True Lies got like 80 million.
Yeah, and this movie got,
which kind of blows my mind that this cost half as much as True Lies, because True Lies is huge. This one's gigantic.
Like they literally, the ending New Year's Eve.
Because it's a period piece, and it's a fucking the New Year. I mean, it's just crazy the stuff they do.
Because they
created a camera for it.
When they did the New Year's Eve sequence.
Yeah.
I thought to myself, this is 95. I don't think they're at a point where they're doing like what they did in the Lord of the Rings with like CGI crowd stuff. And I was like,
not the crowds.
How on earth did they do that? And I read up on it. They literally held an extravagant. It cost $1 million. Yeah. And
they charged people $10.
They charged 10 people $10 a day. It was a legitimate party
rave in the middle of
that went
LA.
From 8 p.m. till 4 a.m. and 10,000 people showed up, and they shot like the majority of the third act in terms of like what's going on the street in 8 hours.
Yeah, which is insane.
Which is ridiculous.
Corralling that many people, and that's the sort of thing where I go, if you like trying
that gives me heartburn.
Yeah, trying to take anything, because here's the other thing. Well, real quick, and they ended it. They had to end it quick. They had to end it short because 4 people overdosed on ecstasy. Yeah. Which you go, look, I hope those people are all right. But then you did a good job throwing a movie rave. Yeah. Because people really got into it. Goodness gracious.
She threw $1 million party.
Yeah. And it blows my mind though, because here's the other thing. Like, I was trying to watch a special feature that was on this DVD that by the way, we found the one extant copy, existing copy of fucking Strange Days. I couldn't find it to save my life. My father-in-law was like, I'll just rip it and send it to you. And I was like, all right. And I sent it I was like, where did you find it? And then Akasha goes, She goes, oh, check the video stores. I was like, I forgot we have those. I found Vulcan Videos, like we have it. And I go, I wonder if it's in. If it's not, Jeff's probably got it. Jeff had it.
I didn't know you called.
I didn't call.
Oh, yeah.
I went on the website and it said they had it. And I was like, I'll go tomorrow.
Yeah.
If they don't have it, Jeff has it. Because no one else is running Strange Days today.
And I did. I had it.
He had it.
He texted me at 1 a.m. last night. He was like, hey, where'd you get it? And I was like, I'm literally finishing it right now. And he came over at 1:30 and got it from me. Yeah. And then he stayed till 4:30 and we just talked because we're good friends.
Because we're buds. Because we're buds. I think you see a bit of that in Lenny, at least at the beginning, how technology is broken and reliving memories. It's easy to have empathy for nostalgia about a prior time in your life. Watching his character arc and him growing out of that is best a little bit less nihilistic than Hurt Locker. Yeah. And I mean, Strange Days is a very different film from Hurt Locker, obviously. But I was watching things because I was trying to find there's this really, I mean, there was supposedly a commentary of that opening POV, thing by Kathryn Bigelow that I really wanted to watch, and it was like skipping. It didn't work. Yeah. I couldn't watch any of it on the DVD, and I got mad. And then I looked on YouTube to try to find anything, and I saw like a behind the scenes, like from when the movie came out, that was like included on the DVD or VHS, and it was like the studio did it. And I was like, great, this is really going to dig deep into the stuff. And it was a little infuriating because it opens up and it's like Strange Days, sex, boo, boo, blah, blah, blah. And then they have like Ray Fiennes talking very charmingly. And then they go to Angela Bassett, and they go to James Cameron, and they go to Ray Fiennes, and they come back to Angela Bassett, and then they talk to the producer, and then they tell them to do something, blah, blah, blah. And I go, where the fuck is Kathryn Bigelow? And I was like, they didn't want to interview her because if they ask her anything about what this movie's about, she's going to be like, it's about race, it's about the police, it's about power structure, it's about, and they go, no. Focus on the like interactive sex experience, and people are going to want to watch the movie. And I was like, oh, this is bullshit.
That's interesting. It's also interesting that this movie was made in the first place. Yeah. Because this was made, how many years after the LA riots? Riots were 92. So
and I mean,
2 years after that, and then
clearly
and
the LA riots.
They were literally filming it during the OJ trial and the verdict of that, which is where it kind of happened all over again.
And she said that another inspiration for it was the Lorena Bobbitt trial, which I kind of was like, I don't really see how. I don't understand that.
Maybe in terms
of the media circus, but like that's not really an element.
Where the rape aspect came into play.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she wasn't Lorena Bobbitt. Like, that's why she did what she did.
Because he was sexually abusing her, raping her. Yeah, goodness gracious. Yeah. It is, there's so much commentary on the LA riots, and you kind of like...
I'm like shocked this movie got made for $42 million by a major studio. Like, it's crazy to me.
3 years after the LA riots.
3 years after the LA riots.
Because they were like...
In the middle of the 90s. Like, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
That's why I was so shocked when it turned the way it did. Yeah. And they did what they did. I was just like, this is crazy.
It's so fucking brave and interesting. It really, truly is. Yeah. And it plays with so many things that I was like, oh, dude, I don't know if you can do that. And then, but by the end of it, it wrapped things up in a way that I was like, no, man, I can respect all of that pretty much. And, but the way it got made is the same way they showed in that behind the scenes, that making of, which is where they were like, the studio was like, what's the movie about? And they go, look, it's got sex in it. Yeah. It's got tech stuff. It's all this shit you like. Yeah. It's the 13th floor. It's the fucking whatever. Shut up. Right. Just make it. And then Kathryn Bigelow's like, but, and they go, no, Kathryn, don't tell them what it's really about. Yeah. But it is, it's fascinating. And for them, and I know I really, I want to I have to believe, because otherwise I'll be like, what the fuck, that is what happened, that's why she wasn't a greater part of that. It has to be. Yeah. Because otherwise I'm like, are you, because they had Cameron talking a lot, and I'm like, are you doing,
I think it's both.
Are you Spielberg toe poopering this with?
Well, I think it's that, and I think it's Cameron is the sell. They're like, oh, he wrote this, plaster him everywhere. This is Cameron after T2. Yeah. Right before True Lies. Like, this is
Bigelow after Point Break, though.
Yeah, but T2 is T2.
I'm saying have them both, but like,
And I think there's a female aspect to it as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Like, we should lean to make people think this is solely a Cameron movie.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's what happened.
Which is insane because sure, he's the writer, he's the producer. He like did some uncredited editing on the film.
Mm-hmm.
Great. James Cameron is a giant of cinema.
Mm-hmm.
So the fuck is Kathryn Bigelow.
Mm-hmm.
And for people, because again, it just made me go like, oh my gosh, when I saw it was like, it's James Cameron's Blade Runner. I was like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because of things that because of stuff like what we just talked about. There was like a gigantic crowd. The technical,
when they cut
what she had to coordinate.
When they cut to the
It's
shots
just insane.
they cut to a wide shot when they established the New Year's Eve party, and it's a helicopter shot going over the city, and it goes over the buildings, and then the camera peers down, and you
That
see
thing's crazy,
thousands upon thousands of people filling the streets, and I was like, that is so crazy. I'm like, how on earth? I was like, that doesn't look like an optical effect. I was like, how on earth did they do that? Because there's no way that they actually got that many people, and they did.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the thing with this is, and this is why I just, it blows my mind and infuriates me kind of that anyone would discount Kathryn Bigelow's achievement here, because watching Point Break, I didn't think I could imagine a movie that seemed more exhausting to make than Point Break because of all the shit that happens in Point Break. So they were like, well, cool, we'll make a futuristic period piece in the heart of LA and rent out LA and then create a camera and then put in 9 of these like mind-boggling POV shots for which we created a camera and planned, like we were talking, for a year, more than a year, each of these things. I mean, this is another one where I go, the directorial leadership on this and singularity of vision is
it's on the
is
level,
unbelievable.
It's that type
Crazy.
of thing of like what Ridley Scott does. Like Ridley Scott has always references. He's like, when you're making a movie, you're kind of going to war and you're a general. And I think he really likes making big movies because I think he's got. If he wasn't a movie director, I think he'd want to be like a general in the military.
Yeah, sure.
Like he has that, and yet so does she.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She really has it because these are hyper aggressive, masculine on a large scale movies that most male directors wouldn't be able to handle.
Yeah.
I look at like what they did in this movie and in Point Break. I'm just like, I have no desire to take on that much. Yeah. Like that's insane to me.
Yeah. It's so crazy. Yeah.
And like, I mean, all her movies are fun. I think there's a lot of flaws in her early ones until she kind of found the right balance. Because a lot, like in this movie too, there's some cheese. Like there's
sure, but it's the 90s and it's sci-fi. But yes.
Yeah, but I mean, like T2 doesn't have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
but because
you see it,
Cameron's
it's
enough
laced,
of a
it's laced through her work. Yeah. Like she did it.
But she allows it to be there. It's fun, I feel like, and I think Cameron is enough of a whatever to take his own work that seriously, and not let that be there.
But at the same time, like when.
But yeah,
I'm not saying it's all like I'm saying like when Angela Bassett is having her big like emotional moment with Ralph Fiennes, she's got some dialogue that's pretty hardcore melodramatic, and believe me, I don't know why melodrama is looked down upon. Yeah. Melodrama is amazing. I like to live in melodrama. Yeah. But it felt. She's like, this is your life. Yeah. This is what it and I it's like I'm right here. I'm right in front of you.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing.
And I'm like,
I know. I paid $5,000 for Neural, bro. Hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna catch up here. Oh, for sure. Like, there's so much commentary on LA riots. I mean, like, it just when at the end they're finally like literally nightsticking her like they did Rodney King. You go, okay. Yeah. This is 100%. And they said that the chief, who's Daryl Gates? They said that the chief in the movie was based on Daryl Gates, and I feel like he's the LA police chief during the LA riots, but I don't.
What were the LA riots about? The LA riots were prompted by the beating of Rodney King by 5 police officers.
He was a truck
in
driver,
LA, and he was a truck driver, and someone got it on videotape. And so the officers were detained and put on leave, and there was a big trial. Yeah. And all 5 officers got off scot-free. And overnight.
Yeah.
Like, because it was a big thing in the media and everybody was watching it and everyone was for sure thinking it's all there. It's on the tape. They're beating the shit out of him.
You can see it happen.
And they got off and everyone went ape shit.
Like the
rightfully so.
City caught fire. I mean,
the city was on fire.
Yeah, literally.
And a lot of the things I learned was there was already another case where a Korean shop. There's a lot of Korean-owned stores in the more lower class neighborhoods, and where there's not a lot of commercial prospects, so a lot of family-owned Korean stores. And then there was a separate case around the exact same time where there was a altercation and a Korean shop owner shot a black teenage girl in the back of the head, and that was on videotape, and I think she got off as well. I can't remember if she got off, but like it was on videotape, and they didn't feel like there was any justice there too. So a lot of the fires in the LA riots, there were like, they said there were like 1,700 in the LA area where the riots happened. There were like 1,700 Korean little bodegas essentially, and I think 1,300 of them were destroyed in fires.
Yeah, and
like the fires were everywhere.
And it's crazy because I was watching an interview that was like it was Kathryn Bigelow and Anthony Mackie for Detroit. I saw a clip of that. And I was like, oh, I really want to see that.
Yeah,
I feel like I almost want to. I kind of want to like do both next week, but I don't know. But they're talking, and she's like, what, and it shows stuff, and the movie's about riots in Detroit in 1967, I think, or something like that. Where
it's the Detroit City race riots of '68. It's what I can't believe I haven't seen it, because I did a whole music video based off the exact same thing. Yeah. And then a year later, Detroit came out. I think that's probably why I didn't go see it, because I was just like, I can't. I already did that. I don't want to go.
Come on, Bigelow. No, but so they're interviewing them and stuff, and they're talking, and she's saying like, and she's like, what they're talking about, what doing the project, and she goes like, it's because it's happening now, and it's happening today, and it's happening tomorrow, and it's crazy that I go, and that's what you were talking about in 1995, because that shit is exactly a mirror of I don't like it's crazy because that was a huge thing. It was so enormous, and it was a really crazy time in the sort of like the early mid 90s with Lorena Bobbitt and O.J. Simpson, but also Rodney King. And that was a huge thing. And then there wasn't much talk about, or there weren't many high profile, at least on that scale, tapes until Ferguson and all that, and I Can't Breathe, all the, and then Black Lives Matter, all that. I mean, we're right back in it.
It culminated with the Dallas shootings. Yeah.
And for me to say, and it's crazy for me to be like, oh, and we're right back in it, when it's like, the whole point is like, it has never gone away. It's been from there to here and before and after and on and on and on. And it's crazy to watch this movie and hear them say stuff like fifth graders are shooting each other, and then have them.
They said something else that was very like, I was like, that is happening.
Yeah, I mean, this is
absolutely like, it was like 3 things in a row. They listed them, and they ended with the 5-year-old, or kids are shooting in the schools, and every single one of them was so prescient to what is happening today.
Yeah, and like,
I mean, it was eerie.
Yeah, and it leads you. I mean, there's so much, but it leads you on this path, and it's so crazy because so much happens, but then it culminates in this sort of beeline for this scene where she's beating the shit out of these cops and locking them up, and you're like, and the crowd isn't doing anything, and then the other cops show up, and I go, like, the only thing that's different, the only thing that I go, wow, like, this is so whatever, but like, the only thing is, like, watching that movie today in a theater, you'd be like, they would have shot her. They just would have shot her. They wouldn't have, no questions asked. She had 2 cops and she's a black woman, and they had a I mean, it's just crazy.
That part was a little weird to me. Well, like, the intent of it was great, but what was weird to me is during that chase, he shoots like 7 people.
Yeah. Then no one
does anything.
Yeah, and I go, they're covering their tracks. by going into LA Times Square.
The whole time they've been trying to hide a murder,
insane.
and then he shoots
in
7
uniform with no mask,
and he shoots
like,
7 people.
Insane.
It was weird,
but it
was just a weird choice because the whole movie is them trying to hide a murder.
Yes, and then they just
do
murder
that.
people.
Yeah. I was like, you
And
don't think that's gonna come back and get you?
But then they go, I just don't want people to know I killed people because I'm racist. Like,
which just didn't
it's
work
fine
for
that I
me.
just killed them trying to shoot a black woman.
Yeah, but and when he shot one person, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, that throws your entire plan out the window. But then he kept shooting people, and 2 of them were black people.
Yeah.
So I was just like,
oh, I didn't,
because I immediately paid attention because I was like, whoa, what are we doing?
And
then he kept mowing through the crowd. It was wild.
I mean, and it is.
I did not agree. That weakened it for me.
I mean, you could make the argument that he's like, well, at that point he's just like enraged and whatever. But no, because then the guy shows up and he's like, gosh, it's so.
He just talk his way out of it.
Yeah, but it's so crazy because it just leads you right up the path to this moment, and then she's whatever, and then the cops come and they start very pointedly beating her in that way, and you go, oh shit, and then they let the guys go, and then like there's a kid who goes
just watching it.
He stops it, and then it turns into a riot, and then in comes
military police, essentially.
And then in comes the commissioner, the Deus Ex Machina, old white guy to save the day. Not really, but like not really.
It was more about
the
police doing something right for once.
Yeah, and he comes in and goes, and he he's like,
which is surprising, and I liked how. I liked the balance of that.
Sure, absolutely. And he goes, but then he goes, Commissioner, whatever, and he goes, it's interesting because he goes, that is what caused everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like he points at Angela Bassett and says that.
Yeah.
But then he says something. What is the line after that? He says, that is what caused everything. Oh, what is it? Shit. That is the cause of all this, right fucking there. And you go like, he just called her that. And then, and then they just, whatever. And then of course and then like, it is shocking. It is shocking when he goes and he screams the N-word at her. Yeah. And I went, oh. Yeah. Like, because he says that and I go, oh, that's like, that could be taken. You go, you're definitely saying that, but you're also kind of, they're also kind of going like, maybe he's saying like, like that is 100% racist and shows that he's a racist cop, but it's not so shocking and bold. It's like, it can kind of be taken 2 ways like that. I mean, whatever. He's not, but then like,
they just go for it.
Yeah. And then whatever. And then when he gets up and says it, and then when they're doing the Rodney King thing, you go like, that's pointed, but people could miss it. Then he stands up and in this fucking mainstream, quote unquote, Cameron produced movie, he goes, that N-word, or stop, you fucking N-word bitch. And I go, okay, no one gets out of this without knowing what this is about. No, like we all know now. Yeah. And I was like, fuck.
And
that is ballsy.
And it is ballsy. And like,
but that's the only way to do it.
Well, like the end with the 2 cops felt severely under. They had an idea what they wanted to do, but not. See, I kind of agree with Imbalak. It is so in your face that, and it gets rushed to that moment. I felt like it just.
There's stuff that I have an issue
like
with.
It was. I respect its boldness.
Yeah.
I absolutely respect its willingness to go there in a major mainstream movie. It did feel clunky to me, clunky to the point that I was like, the rage of it and everything, I can understand it, and that was the choice, and they went when they were like, we're going all out. Mm-hmm. We're not going to use subtlety here, and that's a choice, and I can respect that. It just felt so, I don't know, it really did feel telegraphed to me, where it's just like, do you get it? Okay, hold on. Do you get it?
But I think they need...
Hold on. Do you get it?
I think they need to do that.
And then it was like, hold on. Do you get it? Okay, we're just going to have him say the N-word.
Yeah.
And like, that's, I mean, what you're saying is valid. And and especially with having the opportunity in a mainstream movie, I think it is the right choice.
Yeah.
I just but the filmmaker inside of me is always like wanting a little more just tact.
I get that.
Not even tact, but I guess a little more subtlety.
I get that, but the thing is that the things that they did the big things that I was like, oh my gosh, when he says that, you go like, we know what he's saying, but it's the kind of thing that where they skirt an issue in a mainstream movie because they don't want it to be, because they don't want people to be upset, and they go like, we're gonna touch on racism.
We already saw him shoot a guy in the head because he was black. We know he's racist,
right? But yeah, I know, but like, but that could be played as like, I'm threat. I mean, he's obviously, but he's like, he's saying stuff and he can't take it, and it's a high pressure situation, and he's racist. But whatever.
No, but he just pulls out his gun and shoots him because that guy.
But this is the difference.
That guy is a well known,
yes,
and he does it out of it. Like they make it very pointed to be like, this is unmotivated.
Yes.
Like there's no. He's
and
not.
He can't take a black man telling him how much power he has over him.
Exactly.
And he goes, oh, and that's clear.
Yes.
And so we go, I get it. That character is racist. The difference between the two scenes so that scene clearly, right. And I get that. And people do things in movies all the time to go, this character is racist. The N-word at the end is not about this character is racist. The N-word at the end is, this is what this movie is about.
Yeah, for sure.
And it goes...
That's why I'm like, I agree with you, and also,
because in that moment, because because there's a lot of stuff that is clunky. Moving toward the end.
That's why I say it's clunky. It's bold. I feel like you could have written it better. Like you didn't have to change it, but give me the setup in a different way to where all those pieces come together in a more cohesive, not so much like
point? Because I
just the whole wrap up from the moment he starts shooting people in the crowd to the beating on the ground. Yeah. Just finesse that better to where you can have all those moments still, but it just plays out where it doesn't feel. It's like here's this message, here's this message, here's this message, here's this message. Are we even doing the movie anymore? No, we're doing our message. This is the message now. We're doing the message.
But I see, but I dig that because this is weird because this movie is it fits right in with Point Break, where Point Break is. Except for socially, because Point Break has like some subtle, they're the ex-presidents and they're whatever, and there's this subtle critique of capitalism and conformity that's massaged in there a little bit to kind of be like, oh, what an interesting thing to make the villain kind of
it's great.
Relatable.
Yeah,
but really it's just an action movie.
Yeah, but it's not. That's why I like it so much. That's why I think I loved Swayze as much as I did, because I was like, that's how you do a villain. Like I really liked that. I didn't, but you didn't like it as much as I did.
Sure,
I felt like it was as clear as day, and yet it was very subtle.
But that's what I'm saying.
And I think that's just where I like that in movies. I'm like, yes, I get it. I don't need all those other things. I'm not saying you can't do them and that I won't respect you for being as bold as you are. But like what Imbolc's saying is like there's too much of the cop storyline compressed in that end part, and I agree with that because it's like that is such a thing that I'm like. Make that the movie. Like, make that your A storyline.
But they kind of did. They kind of did make that the movie.
They didn't because they wrapped it up after a 12-minute expository dump where they explained the main A plot of the movie.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, the difference is that if you make that movie, it's Detroit.
Yes.
And
I agree.
40% of the population doesn't go to see it.
Yeah, I agree.
This is
I understand.
Fucking ballsy because they go, look at this Strange
ballsy.
Days things about sex, and it's about virtual reality sex. We're all thinking about it. It's all these sexy people doing cool futuristic stuff. James Cameron's name is on it. Yeah. And then at the end, and I agree that but there's all this clunky shit.
But that's why it feels like two movies at war with itself in one movie.
And I think it's just wearing this. I think it's just wearing that other thing as a cloak, and then it just has the crazy balls to be like, yeah. But and that's why it's near future, but not so far removed, because it's the future, but this is the shit. And basically, it's the end of the millennium. Mm-hmm. We have a chance to wipe the slate clean and not be racist, fucked up people.
Yeah.
And this is because it's like this crazy, very heady sci-fi thing that really boils down to the fact that there were two racist cops.
Yeah.
Who shot a dude.
I love that it was just, they were like, you're telling me there's not a death squad? And he's like, no, it's just two cops.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
And then
Isn't it crazy how all this started because of two cops?
And it's really crazy.
I love that.
Because it does this sort of like he goes, that's the reason. You go, that was racist, but people could miss that. And like, I know you're telling me that. Great, blah blah blah. And then they do the Rodney King thing, which like people I guess could miss.
How could you not?
I don't know, especially in 1994. Yeah. But they go, blah, 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 and then it's like these things where that's what film always does. They go like, I'm going to be oblique about it. I'm going to be subtle about it, which is admirable artistically. But at the same time, it's also kind of like, it can also be, if you're making a movie about racism and you kind of sidestep the whole time.
But that's not sidestepping. When they did the Rodney, they literally beat. Okay. Yeah. But like they did the beating.
They did, but it's not. They don't literally say it. They go, we all get it, but some people don't. And then he stands up and says that, and they go, you can no longer claim ignorance to this.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
And
that's what
you're saying.
It goes, this is what we're fucking saying. Yeah. And you go, oh my gosh.
You can't say you didn't get it, or I missed that very, very obvious symbolism.
Yeah.
We literally had a guy say it right into the camera.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think with this, and this movie is crazy, but it's and this is a movie where there's so much crazy shit, but at the end of it, that's what I walk away with. I go, dang man, like we have the same problems now. There is Insidious now as they were then. We've always had it, and really the movie with all of this shit just boils down to like, look, there is this horrible underbelly of people that we've explored in many different ways, but this is what we do to other human beings, and we've got a chance to not do it. We're going to move forward with love. That's the chance.
Yeah,
and it's crazy.
It's again, like, I really admire the movie. I think this is an admirable effort. I think I love the B plot so much that I just wish that they had made the B plot the A plot. But I understand it's 94. How's that going to work? It won't.
It's just a different movie. I love that they Trojan horse that in there.
Yeah.
And then go, guess what, motherfuckers?
It made it feel, it undercut the power that I was supposed to feel at the end. Because as horrific as it was, I was just like, yeah, it is horrific, and I want it to be the A plot. And it would and devote the whole movie to the A plot.
But
use the technology, use it, but wrap the mystery from the word go into the A plot and make that the so because it.
You're just talking about the intricacy of the mystery itself.
Yeah, simplify.
Move
Jericho 1's death to be the focus of the movie, and I mean
it's the MacGuffin of the movie. We'll find out later.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a significant rewrite of the movie and make that the sole focus, and then wrap all your characters around how that happened. And they do and they don't, because it's still about,
because it is
I'm like, make that movie, but again, it's 94. I understand, but I'm just saying, make that movie and give me a black lead and all that stuff. Don't give me I don't need to know about because once the political subtext comes to the forefront in this movie, I no longer gave a two shits about Lenny's relationship problems.
Right.
It felt completely superfluous. Like I didn't need it at all.
Yeah. But they and it's true.
And it undercut his entire character.
But they say that.
And it even undercut the character of. No, not Angela Bassett. But her relationship with Lenny, yes. I didn't care about that either.
So there is this thing, and I wrote it down because I felt the same way where it goes, where we realize what's on the tape.
Right.
And we go, I do have a lot of issues with this movie and the way the mystery wraps up, because there are things I'm like, what? Okay, that doesn't feel satisfying and whatever. But these key components, the things that I was like, whoa, there's this thing. There's this racist cop killing by a cop, and that is going to ignite everyone. And I go, boy. And part of me goes like, yeah. And then part of me also goes like, we've had like 8. We had like all those in that small span, and like nothing changed, and no one really. There were riots, but like whatever. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying,
because you had 8 what?
They saying like there are these potentially these racially motivated murders.
In the movie?
No, like I'm saying in real life. We had everything that's all the Black Lives Matter thing. Sorry, not thing, but like everything that happened that gave rise to that movement by necessity. And it's like, and and what happened was because they're like, if this got out, the world would explode.
Yeah.
And that like it got out, it happened a million times. We have video of it every other week. And there was a lot of angry Facebook posting. There was a lot of protesting, but like the world didn't explode. Things just keep happening.
Yeah,
and it's kind of depressing. But
I think their point was that that's why they took it one step further, and they're like, we have on video camera not someone beating someone, we have someone executing.
Yeah, exactly.
Like literally executing, not just a black man, but someone who was revered within the black community.
Sure.
And that's why it really would have the power. Like there would be now whether things would change. That's why they made him as powerful as he was in the movie.
I agree.
Because it would be, but then again, it's just like it's that thing. It's like Martin Luther King was assassinated.
And I mean, and that
things go on, and there's still struggle.
That's a huge thing, and that changed the course of
and it was a huge
and it changed the conversation in the minds of a million people.
Yeah.
And that definitely was.
I think
something.
that's what they're saying.
They're saying that's what this would be, and I get that. It just this, and this is more just a side note, but I was like, man, like little do you guys know in 1995, that shit does happen constantly, and we became newly aware of it in a different way,
and it reaches another boiling point, like 95, like 25 years after.
Yeah,
the fact.
But still like. It's not really, but nothing is changing. Like there's not a huge riot. I mean, there are riots and there are protests and stuff. Anyway, whatever. It's not really the point. But
I just like this is another one of her movies where I'm like, the same thing with Near Dark, where I'm just like, I want to see her go back to this as the filmmaker she has become, and do this movie again. She would. I mean, she did Detroit, so she did her say on that.
Yeah.
But how amazing would it be for her to go back, tackle this movie again, and really, she could make it the central focus of the entire movie if she wanted. I just think that would be such an amazing way of telling that story. Like, did you ever see Upgrade?
No.
It's an awesome movie. It's a great movie, like a great little compact sci-fi movie. Like a movie like that, but with biting social commentary about race relations.
And I think I get that, but I think that like I think this is very much of its time, but B, like
agreed. I'm just talking about the fact. That's why I say I admire it deeply.
Yeah.
Because they managed to do this with a $40 million budget on a not a mainstream level, but on the biggest level possible. Yeah. And they got it released in theaters. It didn't do well, but like they still made it, and that's I have a deep, profound respect for them even doing that in the first place, because they wouldn't have been able to do what I'm saying. Right? They would not. They would have said no.
And it's just a different. I respect this because of the Trojan horse aspect of it, not like because I love that because I think about that shit all the time. Where like you'll see something in a movie and you'll see a movie flirt with the theme or flirt with the thing that you kind of go, oh, that would change this movie, and they go, cool, we're not coming back to it though. I mean, we're just kind of we're acknowledging it, and they're moving on because that's not the movie you're watching. This movie goes, we're hinting at it, and then down the line goes, this is the point. And I agree. I'm like, dang man, because they did it.
Because Steve McQueen's Widows, Steve McQueen, the director of 12 Years a Slave and Hunger and Shame. Yeah. His latest movie was about an all-female, team of thieves, bank robbers. And 2/3 of the way through that movie, you understand what the main character and her white husband, played by Liam Neeson, what kind of drove a wedge between them. And it was because they have this very brief sequence of a cop pulling over their mixed race son and shooting him, and then they don't ever come back to it. And you could argue that's the point, but it feels like what you're saying, where I was like, you can't use that as a plot device.
Yeah.
That's your movie.
Yeah.
Like, you have to make that your movie now. And that's what I admire about this, is like, they were like, oh, this is our main plot device, and now it's the theme of our entire movie, which is why I'm saying that once that became the thing, I was like, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it completely devalues
It
everything
does.
leading up to this, because now I no longer care about Lenny's
Yeah.
problems in any way, shape, or form, but now you got to spend the rest of the movie wrapping that up.
And I don't know but I don't know, because by the time this movie shows its hand and says that this is what it's about, I feel like they kind of have wrapped up the Juliette Lewis thing, because
what
Yeah.
was the wrap up on her character?
I don't know. They just go, oh, she's evil. Who gives a fuck?
But then she saves him.
Because she cares about him.
So she did betray him.
She's the classic femme fatale. It's like, you really couldn't trust her. Turns out everyone else is right.
I did love when she has her Angela Bassett's like, this is your life, and then he's just like, have you ever just loved someone so much?
Great. And she goes, yeah.
And they've never loved you back. And she says, yeah, just talking about him. But then he's just like,
but he knows it too. You can tell in his
too.
Performance, and it's subtle, but he knows.
Yeah. And they're looking back, and he has this beautiful little monologue that I can't remember.
Where he's like, you don't stop loving him. You don't stop wanting to protect them. You don't stop understanding
That was
him.
the best writing in the movie.
Yeah, it was great.
That was great.
It was good stuff. Tells her to kick rocks. Yeah, but there's this moment. And this is where the movie started. I go, oh, interesting, because you find out that this thing is the murder of what's his name, Jericho 1. Mm-hmm. And it's this thing, and they have that moment, and I'm like, she's still gonna go with him and maybe get killed because he cares about this other girl who is not her, and she loves him, and she thinks that girl is trash. But she's going to go with him just because she cares about him. I'm like, you should stay home. You've got a son. Don't get killed for this thing. Mm-hmm. This is crazy. But she goes, and I go, all right. And it's this whole thing where I had it, and this is going to...
Which is beautiful, but then the fact that she has a son, then it makes it irresponsible.
I go, that's fucked up, man. But she just loves this dude, which I kind of like... There's a thing that said, like, I was reading something, and it was like, Ralph Fiennes and Angela Bassett in this movie are from different galaxies, and I was like, that's true. Like, I keep going through this movie. I go, like, I think the performances are great, but I go, what does she see in him?
Yeah,
because she should be the lead of this film. She's everything. She's powerful. Is
she a limo driver?
She's a limo driver.
Okay, where did her amazing gunplay aspect come from?
There's a throwaway thing where he comes. He goes, Mr. Something Something. I got the best for you. She's trained in this and this and this for your defense, for your safety. Blah 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 blah.
Gotcha.
Because she starts kicking people's asses, and I go, are we just saying she can do that because she's Angela Bassett? And I believe that. But then I was like, oh yeah,
ripped.
They mentioned but
so they do. Okay, cool.
She's security.
That's what I want to know. She's a bodyguard analog. Gotcha. Okay.
But there's this thing where she goes so like because I go like, why does she need him? Why does she like him? Why does she? And I go, well, I guess sometimes a stronger person is drawn to someone they can take care of. I'm not really necessarily getting that. Whatever, I'll just buy it because who cares? And then I go like, oh man, like this is like, I go, once it started to be about like that race killing and this whole thing, I go, this affects her far more. This is I mean, this is her. I mean, this is race relations that affect her far more than it does him, and yet he's the protagonist, and he's the one we care about right now. I go, this is the embodiment of white privilege, where I'm like following this dude around who, like, I mean, Ralph Fiennes is fantastic, but I'm like, why are we?
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck about this. But then she goes with him, and I go, gosh, now she's fucking like, she's just going with him. We're still focusing on him. She's like tagging along, helping him. She's his sidekick, not really, but like whatever. And I'm like, this is crazy. Her shit is more important. Mm-hmm. And then they address that head on.
How?
They're at the party, and he goes, and she goes, something, the whole thing. He's like, where's Tom Sizemore? Oh, he's not here. I can't. Well, I've got one more ace up my sleeve. It's this thing. And she goes,
that's right.
We know what's on there now. And she's like, I love you. You cannot use this to get your girlfriend back, who is a piece of shit anyway. Yeah. Because this, and she says it, She goes, it's bigger than me. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than all of us. This is the truth of what has been going on for decades. This is proof. This can change things.
Mm-hmm.
If you use that, you're dead to me, essentially. And I go,
fuck, did I miss that scene?
she just goes, you can't. And I go, yeah, that's what I was thinking. This is like,
what does he say to that?
He walks off.
With it?
Yes. And I go, oh, you can't. The fact.
Oh, that makes me hate him.
Yes. But then he comes, and then you kind of go like, I guess it's because I go like, I have to put it in the context of like, it's the person he loves. But I was like, he's not with her. He's not, I mean, someone's going to die. That's true. And it's this thing where it's like, well, do you steer the train toward the track with 5 people on it as opposed to 100 people on it, or 1 person? Because you know, and it's like that thing. But I go, still, man, with the significance that we know this has, for you to do that is like fucked up, especially because she's black, and you can't do that.
And also, the person you're trying to save has told you repeatedly, yelled at you in another one of the questionable acting moments is when Juliette Lewis, like he visits her at the club and they're backstage, and she has some stuff. She's like, "It's over, it's over," and like that happens like 3 times. Yeah. Where every time they leave, she's like, I don't love you anymore. It's all right. And I'm like, we got it. And he just can't. Yeah, that makes. But then I must have been in like the kitchen or something when that scene happened, because that would make me hate him.
It does. And here's the thing, like, and then she kind of goes, and she starts walking through the party, and then he comes right back and goes, here, gives it back to her, and I go, cool, man. The fact that you were considering that at any point, that's shitty. You're not a hero for doing that. You are just doing the right thing.
But frankly, that's one of the more subtle ways of just being like, do you understand how hard it is for someone who isn't of the same skin color as you to even contemplate the severity of what's on this tape? Yeah. Because for him, he's like, but my girlfriend, even if she hates me, that's a life at risk. Yeah. And how could she possibly?
And she goes, this could be the dismantling of the systematic destruction of millions of lives.
Of people. Like, the system will never change, and this will continue to happen. But he'll never be able to intimately understand that on a like DNA level, because he's a white person. Yeah. So that's actually fascinating.
He gives it to her, and
I wanted more of that kind of complexity at the end.
Yeah. Well, and then so he goes, you take this, and it's I kind of was like, because I was like, oh, this is fucked up, and then she calls him on it and says it, and it's very pointed, and I was like, it's almost, I was like,
how does that scene end when he gives it back to her?
He gives it back to her and he says, go. He's like, go to that man. He's like, that's the commissioner. He gave me shit. He's like the straightest edge cop I know. Yeah. If there's anyone who's not on the take, it's him. Go take it to him. Right. He's like, I'm gonna go do this thing. And then he goes, you're going to be the person who is in charge of this. I'm gonna go save my girlfriend, which is what I care about. You're going to do this. And it honestly is like narratively feels responsible, because I go, yeah. Ralph Fiennes shouldn't save, shouldn't bring this to light, to hopefully change the treatment of black people. Like, it should be Angela Bassett. It's definitely Angela Bassett, because all he's trying to do is save his girlfriend. Yeah. And she's like, whatever. So then she becomes, and that's kind of when the movie shifts and starts going, this is what it's about. Because it goes up, they wrap up the story, and that's how you know that that's what the movie's about. Because they wrap up the mystery. And then they go,
but they wrap it up for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I was literally like, when are we going to get back to Angela Bassett? And then finally they cut to her running through the crowd, and I was like, thank you. Yeah. But then it wrapped up so quickly without... It didn't help that, like, they spent such a long time explaining all the intricacies of the plot and how everything happened between Tom Sizemore and Ralph Fiennes. That it was so prolonged that by the time we got to her again, it had been like 20 minutes, and then they wrap her stuff up in like 10. Yeah. And it just felt like a lot happens in those final 10.
But I think...
And I think what, like, Imbalak is saying and what I'm saying is that it's just... It's awesome, and I wanted it fleshed out more, because it deserved that. But
That's interesting.
I get it.
Well, and I feel like
I get it. I'm putting all that. I'm saying all this, and then I'm also saying I understand the context that this was made in 1994, and it was a major mainstream movie with a $40 million budget, and a lot was riding on it. And these type of movies were not made.
Yeah.
Certainly, they're not even made now on a mainstream level.
But I think, but I just feel like, I think the impact of that, I think it's very pointed. I think they spend all this time because it is the wrap up for this whole fucking movie that you've been watching. And they go, la 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 la, get it? And I go, kind of. And they go, who cares? And they go, blah. It was Tom Sizemore the whole time. She's shitty. Who we don't really know if, like, I go, wait, why was she with him? Was she trying to, is she an opportunist? Was she, is she still confusing. Somehow on Ray Fiennes' side? And then we just go, doesn't matter.
Was she playing Tom Sizemore?
Yeah, I think so. And I thought there was going to be more to that.
But why?
I don't know. She just
she had sex with him.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Like kinky sex with him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she dug. Who gives it? Like, that's the thing. Is
it was like rape fantasy sex. Like,
yeah.
That's what it was. So I'm like, okay,
which is an interesting.
That's not something you just do.
Yeah.
Like for an end goal, unless you're really strange. But so that made me think that she really was in it. But then at the last minute, her heart wins out. Or her sympathy wins out, or empathy.
Like she doesn't want him to die because she's still like. Right. There's this glimmer of like, well, I still care about him.
But then Sizemore reacted like, "You fucking bitch."
Yeah,
like,
and then she tried.
That was like, "You have betrayed me," type
which
thing.
She
which did. She did either way, but it was like.
But then she tries to like. Then she's like, "Now I'm saving him and beating you up," and I'm like, I don't what goes on. But how gnarly was it when he had the gun and Ray Fiennes takes his hand and goes on the gun, and I go,
cringe.
"Oh!"
That made me cringe.
That was crazy. I was like, I've never seen that. Yeah. That was the I throw a pit bull at you moment in this. I was like, good gravy. That's crazy. Yeah. And then the other one. It's good, but I think they wrap this up, and they do all this stuff, and you go, okay, that's the convoluted end of like Chinatown / Maltese Falcon part, and then they move into that, and then they go, and then here's what the movie's really about, and that's what sticks with me.
Yeah, well, that's because they made a conscious effort
totally
to be like, no, we're wrapping up the A plot first.
Yeah.
Usually you'd wrap up your B plot first.
Absolutely.
They're like that. We're wrapping that up first, so we can now end with what is the heart of this movie that we want to drive home for you in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I wanted that to be expanded. I wanted to shorten.
Sure.
Ray Fiennes' A plot, expand and give that an extra 10 minutes to Angela Bassett's B plot, and I think it would have been better for it.
That's interesting. I mean,
again, that's why I say. I respect the fuck out of this movie, and I admire a lot of it. I just think it's clunky, and it's at war with itself, and I understand, and I completely understand why that is. But I don't think it on a narrative level, it feels tonally all over the place to me.
Yeah, I think so. This is and I think gosh, there's so much I want to say. I think. But I think when you compare it to Point Break and Near Dark, I think this movie is so uniquely ambitious within
it is
like under the guise of being something that is like creative, but also we've seen it before.
It's the bridge movie.
Yeah.
Because it is the.
But there's stuff. Yeah.
It is the one that says. Here's all the stuff I've learned from Point Break, Near Dark, a Perfect Blue, or whatever, not Perfect Blue, Steel Blue.
Blue Steel.
Here's the aesthetic, and here's that Hollywood version of all that.
Yeah.
And here's what I really care about. This is the first time I'm injecting this, and I want to explore this later in my career, and this is the first hint of it.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how, because it's so clear cut where those two things are in this movie, and it's fascinating. Because I haven't seen Detroit, but knowing that she made Detroit, so when that popped up, I was like, "Holy Moses!"
Yeah.
Like this is ground zero for where she goes from here on out.
Right.
And it is fascinating because I was like, "This will be a fun movie."
I
had no idea how important this was in terms of her career.
Yeah.
And she suffered because of it afterward because it didn't do well.
Yeah.
And she was in director's jail for 5 years. So I almost like, I almost want to try to convince you not to do Hurt Locker, since we all know Hurt Locker, and do.
I kind of want to do both.
The Way to Water.
Well,
But what is it? I don't know what it is.
I thought
would it be worth it? Because I would love to see how she responded.
Yeah.
After that, because she did Way to Water, and then K-19.
K-19. Which who knows what that's about? But
I'm gonna look up what Way to Water is.
Yeah, it's. I thought it was like a. I thought it looked. It looked from the cover. I was like, oh, is it kind of like a 21 grams thing? But it's. Then I read that it was a thriller, and I was like, oh, interesting. I think. Yeah, it's definitely.
Oh.
It's definitely watch that. But what?
Oh no. This just has like almost the same cover as that Oliver Stone Sean Penn movie U-Turn.
U-Turn.
It almost looks exactly the same. You can't really.
It looks like the Constant Gardener or something. Like yeah. But I think that there are the seeds, and I was watching a video that mentioned this, and I was like, oh, that's true. There are the seeds of this in Point Break and Near Dark and Blue Steel, where she's kind of like, because I was like, oh, like Kathryn Bigelow. There's so much going on that I want to say. Because Kathryn Bigelow is the first woman to win Best Director, right? For The Hurt Locker, which is a war movie, which is, it's this weird, it's this interesting thing because it's like, because I was watching some interviews with her and like, and sort of like some commentary on her, and there was a video that was like, she has been like, her career has been about showing that a woman can do anything a man can do, and I go, yeah. I don't think that that's necessarily. I think she's just making the movie. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's a conscious decision. I don't think she wouldn't do that for her entire career.
Yeah.
She would do that maybe at first to get in the door. No, this is what she's interested in.
Yeah, exactly. And I go, and it's this weird thing where it's this thing where I go, like, she won.
Which says a lot, by the way, of like.
I just think societally,
it's just like it's almost like she's doing it to prove men wrong. It's like, no, a woman can just be interested in this stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Because it is sexist for like, and it's for people to be like, oh, well, cool, you like make movies like a dude, you make dude movies. But then like, so there's part of you go like, she didn't make dude movies, she makes the movies she wants to make, and then you go, she made Point Break. Yeah. Which is the dudest movie that ever duded.
And you can say,
which is fair,
acknowledge
but she's
that,
doing,
which is why I always say she makes her movies that are better than, like, most male directors couldn't do what she does.
Right.
But they're completely her own.
Yeah.
And they are hers.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's what she wants to do.
Yeah.
Like, without question, she has a distinctive style that has changed over the years, but there is a through line that is fast, like, more than most directors, is fascinating to see it evolve over her film.
I want to see literally everything she's made.
Me too.
Because I'm like, whoa.
It's really
Who are you? This is crazy.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. But and there is this thing where it's like she makes good movies and stuff. Absolutely. She's an incredibly skilled and bold director.
Yeah.
More than most. Yeah. More than the vast majority. But there is this thing where I go like so if you were like just in a vacuum, if someone was like, there's only been one woman who won Best Director and it was for one movie, and you go like, wow, cool, finally a different voice, and they go, what was it? And it's a war movie, it's a Hurt Locker, and you kind of go like, that's a great movie. I don't know. You go like, is that the only way that men would vote for a movie that a woman made? If it's a war movie? I mean, I don't. You know, like it's like this weird thing where it's like.
I just think it was a perfect storm of like she.
Yeah.
It just her entire career led her to that moment. She just happened to be. She like with this movie, she wanted to make socially conscious movies, but she still had this hardcore action movie director deep inside her. And as she evolved, she just found the perfect project where it all kind of coalesced together in this perfect storm that showed off not only her amazing directorial talents, her amazing technical prowess, and her amazing craftsmanship. She's a craftsman on level of like a Fincher, in my opinion. Yeah. Like she has a distinctive style all her own.
Absolutely.
And like from Near Dark to Point Break, those movies are made incredibly well. Yeah. Like they are tight.
And they have more.
There's no wasted shots in those movies.
And she has the thing as a director that I realized I respond to most viscerally, which is energy. She just has her films have such fucking energy.
Yeah.
And to the point where like Cameron's shit is really cool. It's really cool, and then it has this like smart. It has this intelligence about it that's like, okay, like there's just enough smart shit in there for it to be more than just a really cool movie, and then it's got some heart and some humor in there, and you got that, and you're like, man, you make blockbuster movies.
Yes.
And she
Goes
is
one step further.
She goes like, I make these blockbuster movies that are crazy, and there's a lot of energy, but I'm fucking saying something.
Yes.
And I don't really know that Cameron, and this is not...
He has messages in it.
Cameron has humanity.
He has humanity.
But he's not going, I'm saying something.
And like T2 has ideas behind it, but you're right.
What's up, Fieldy?
He's
more
much more focused on the humanity of the story and delivering an amazing ride and an experience and delivering on his story. That is, his goal is not to have a social commentary in his films, even though there are underlying themes.
Yeah.
Whereas she is like, no, I want to talk about the shit that's going on in the world, and I want to use action movies to talk about it.
Which is interesting. And I was seeing this thing because to me, because Cameron, and I'm not trying to downgrade him to kind of whatever.
It's James Cameron.
Because it's Cameron, and Cameron makes these fucking whatever. But it's interesting, and I've realized over the course of these 3 movies that I go to a Cameron movie, like I want to see anything Cameron does because I go, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? And with her, I go, what are you gonna say?
Yeah.
Which is, to me, I'm like, that is fascinating on a deeper level.
Yeah.
Because I go, take me on a ride, man. And then I go, you take me on a ride and then tell me what you're saying with it.
It's
because
like
I'm fucking fascinated by it.
Because she was married. I'm not saying
What's
she
up,
learned
Fieldy?
all what she learned from Cameron, but I do think some of his DNA like seeped into her. Okay, that's a terrible way of putting it. But I think some of what being together with him and like at the burgeoning of her film career.
Yeah.
I think she learned how to make the system work for her, and it took her a couple of movies to get to like this one, and then it took a couple of more until she hit that sweet spot with Hurt Locker, and because she won Best Picture, she finally was like, cool, now I have the power to go tell the stories that I really want to tell, with the budgets that I want to tell, and use and on the large canvas that I need in order to tell these stories. Because I haven't seen Detroit, but I know she's presenting it as like a gritty thriller, you know? But, I mean, just given what the scenario is, the 68 Detroit City race riots, like, she's like, I'm going to do a thriller, and it's just everything I love about, my favorite movies are genre films with something to say.
Which is Bigelow to a T.
Yeah, it's everything I could ever want from a movie. I hate message movies that are all about the message. I love movies that can blend the two in a really interesting way.
And this is one of the most fascinating that I've ever seen in terms of doing that. Fielding, has your friend been told he resembles Matt Jones? Who's Matt Jones? Is that not Matt Smith is Doctor Who? Who's Matt Jones? I don't know who that is. I'm in the Justin Timberlake camp. We all think, yes, he does look like Justin Timberlake. Off-brand Legolas. I don't know.
Off-brand Lego. Oh, cool, guys.
Yeah.
More.
Yeah. But here's the other thing, like, because I was like, because I was just watching the video or whatever, and they were talking about stuff, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. Because I was like, yeah, Bigelow just like making these crazy like adrenaline shit, and I love like Point Break is a lot of things, but then that ending is what gets me.
All awesome.
I go, like at the end I go like, all right, you threw a bunch of dumb at me, but then at the end you gave me something that was like real, and I whatever, but then it was like, oh, but yeah, there's very light social commentary, very light, like it's just kind of like, and it's in there if you want to look for it, but really what this movie is about is this relationship, but also crazy shit. Extreme sports movie. We're categorized. She's kind of, in a way, she reminds me of Verhoeven, in a less like in a less blood spattered way, but whatever. So there's that, and then Blue Steel started talking. I read something or whatever, and she was like, she wanted to do a police procedural, a police movie with a female police person at the center of it, but also who's just kind of like this sort of every person that women and men could relate to.
Right.
It's interesting. I really want to see Blue Steel. Near Dark, and I didn't even realize the person in the video said it, and I was like, oh, Near Dark, because we've had so many vampire movies, but Near Dark is a flip of gender roles in terms of Dracula, where it's like he's, she comes into his world and she seduces him the way Dracula, the way they had male vampires to that point. I'm not saying they hadn't had female vampires, but then this thing made the point. I was like, that's true, that Caleb is this cowboy. So she's she represents the dark and the mystery or whatever, and she's very, 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 very feminine. It's not like she's a masculine whatever, but that's not what it's about. It's about putting the feminine at the center of that. And then he is like this cowboy who then, in their words, and I agree, struggles with this manhood thing, because he can't do he can't be a vampire. He can't ascend to the expectations of masculinity in terms of a vampire, like aggression. Like he can't kill, he can't whatever. He has to suck, suckle at her arm because he can't
arm teeth.
Because he can't do it for himself. And he is just this like the casting now. I kind of go, oh, that was on purpose. Where you go like, that's a pretty boy who's never done a day's work of like, and like his performance is fine, but I go, that's just not him. And then like that's on purpose. He's just this, he's this pretty kind of whatever, and it is an inversion of.
He's like a false machismo. Like he looks like the Marlboro Man, but but a false version of that.
And it's very, very. He has to get on his horse regularly. Yeah, it's true. OMG, Matt Jones is Badger in Breaking Bad. I don't know. I've never seen Breaking Bad.
Oh, who's Badger? Oh, I know. Wait a minute.
But
I'm still gonna take it as a compliment, guys.
Yeah. Badger sounds like a leading man type.
He ain't.
One of Jesse's drug friends. Gotcha. But so now we have to now we're in the position where we have to kind of backtrack and like talk about the least impactful parts of this movie, or the more the less thematically.
Yeah. No, I see it.
Sorry, man. But you got Justin Timberlake on the other hand.
Yeah, no, I'll take it.
It's good. There's one thing that pops in. So like we were talking about, like I was like, oh yeah, the throw the pit bull at someone moment is that like glass thing. The other one is like I just her, and I don't know if this was in the script or whatever, but her ingenuity. She catches me by surprise all the time when they're driving away from those cops and they're shooting and shooting and shooting. And she's like, it's bullet resistant glass, and he has that great line where he's like, bullet resistant, whatever happened to bulletproof? And then
what did that mean? Is that tell me that obvious?
Well, he's just like,
just totally missed that joke. I still don't understand.
She's like, it's bullet resistant glass, and he's like, fuck bullet resistant. I want bulletproof, like because bulletproof is like impenetrable to bullets, and bullet resistant is like, water resistant as opposed to waterproof. It's like, yeah.
You know what? Another joke that didn't land for me.
Go ahead.
Is when he
the actual actor's a good normal looking dude. Good looking.
When he gets they're about to leave. Like we didn't even talk about when like the guy comes in.
We haven't talked about anything. there was a virtual reality double.
Oh my god, we haven't
double
talked about
whammy assault scene that we haven't.
Yeah.
Even touched on.
Wow. But like it was super creepy when he gets a disc. He wakes up and there's a disc, and he turns and it's him. And I was like, oh, that's fucking fantastic.
And
I loved that.
And that I assume
we got to get the fuck out of here. And then he's like throwing everything into a suitcase, and she's like, where are we going? And he's like, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Blah blah blah. And then he takes the tie and he looks in the mirror and he goes, oh shit.
And she goes, what?
He's like, this tie doesn't
go with blue.
Doesn't go with blue.
And you go, okay. Cut.
Yeah. It was like a long beat cut, and I was like, that was really fucking dumb. That was really fucking dumb.
It was pretty. I go. I mean, he did his best to sell it. I think he did. I think he was all right.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I know you like the movie. I really like the movie. I know. That was dumb.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of those in there. That was dumb.
Certainly. But then like, and then so then there's this thing where it's like, they keep kind of peppering in this thing where they're like, he's vain, and I go, is he? You said it once. They keep putting in these things, and I go, yeah, he can't fight. And I go, wait, he's a cop. He was an ex-cop.
It's interesting because they try to make him seem like he's a selfish narcissist.
Yeah.
Just by nature, because he's dealing in this thing.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't.
It doesn't. It's
doesn't
weird casting.
It's weird
And
casting,
first of all.
and it's because of it. It's because of the casting that doesn't play.
Because you go like, he's a good dude. I can see right.
I can see it in his eyes.
I can see it.
Those big, amazing, crystal
dreamy
blue
quiz show eyes.
He looks good in this movie.
He does. I like when he gave the tow truck driver whose watch and drove off and opened his briefcase, just took out another watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
At that point, I thought it was a tracker. I was like, I was gonna go find his car.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh no, whatever. All right.
I liked when he got kicked out of the tech bar.
He keeps offering his Rolex to everybody.
Well, he's got like 6 of them.
Yeah,
in
and
his
he's just like,
briefcase.
take my Rolex.
Yeah, that was cool.
And then finally, the one guy goes, the guy goes, I got a real one. And then the other guy puts it on his thing and punches him with it.
Yeah, is this impact resistant? He was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Bam. And then David Spade beats the shit out of him. That woman who looks like David Spade. I was like, is that David Spade? The first time I saw
She reminded me of
Die Antwoord or whatever.
Oh yeah, totally.
Sorry.
But also the blonde woman in the original Matrix, like to a T. I was like, is that her?
Yeah.
But I loved when he got kicked out of the club and like thrown to the ground.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, cool. And as he's closing the door, he's already picking up his stuff and he's walking over to a dumpster and he just stands up on it and he just bashes the window.
Yeah.
I was like, I was just like, that was
awesome.
one of the funniest bits in the movie for me. He doesn't hesitate at all.
No time.
He was just like, okay, as he's closing the door, he's already walking to the dumpster.
That's great.
And he just shatters it and he gets back in. It's great.
Absolutely. Ralph. Not like this. Wait, what's going on? Don't tell me what's not like this? Don't tell me did we rip or something? No. What's going on? Can we talk about how sad No Legs Dude is when he wakes up from his beach running? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I liked that moment. That was a cool.
Oh, not like this. That's what.
I liked how he played it when he took it off, and he looked towards the door, and Ray Fiennes was already gone, and I was just like, how much you can't say he's a narcissist now.
Yeah.
And keep saying that because I'm like, that was a really nice little thing that he did.
Yeah.
And it was super sad.
You know what's weird? That didn't land for me. I kind of was like, okay.
A lot of it doesn't land for me, but I
get what they were trying to do.
The same way the ending doesn't land for me. I'm like, I understand the intent of this. It's just not. It's almost too in my face. It's just a little too on the nose. It's like, oh, here's the guy with no legs. He gave him a clip so he can have legs, and he's very moved by it. I'm like, yeah, they handled it. It was a little clunky and a little cheesy. But that's why I say the way he performed it when he took his glasses off, I was like, okay, I'll
even that, like, it's like, oh, here's a pure one. Has a woman going by going like, huh, legs, huh? All right.
Is that what she said?
No, she didn't. But she's jogging. And he's jogging.
Hey, nice legs.
Yeah, he goes, I see you've
nice
got
working legs
like
you got
me.
there.
Yeah, and you go like, well, that's cool. It's cool if that's all it takes, but like, you're kind of a fucked up person. But she walks by and goes, you didn't get that? She walks by, she runs by and then looks at him and then turns back and is like, yeah. So even that one wasn't devoid of like, and it's playing more on the like, he feels like he's part of the world again and can have that sort of possibility, but it also like was just this.
Well, it just allows you to be who you cannot be.
Right.
Like, you cannot be.
But then also that was another person. Like, it was just another human being who had that experience. You know what I mean? And she just was like, oh, you're hot.
Well, he said he manufactured that. Like, he paid someone to go do that. To go get that memory.
Oh, okay. That's nice. Yeah.
That's what made it nice. He's
sure.
Like, I hired someone to, I think you'll dig it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's a very interesting. I kind of like, but I wasn't sure. There's some logistics of it where I go like,
okay.
So let's
talk about that
because he turns in the mirror and he's not wearing it, and I go, you can just like
when
with that mirror shot that we're talking about with Juliette Lewis when he's not wearing it in the mirror, and I go, I thought you had to wear the thing to record the
he had a bandana on.
Okay.
Like a skull cap bandana.
And she does say that yeah, I like being watched. Lenny taught me that because he's always wearing the thing and always recording the thing, and they kind of layer that in where he's like he kind of got addicted to it a little bit. So they did
cover it because he's wearing a bandana which he's never wearing in any other shot, so that's why he wore it.
But there's stuff where it's like
in public.
Yeah, but then there's stuff where it's like he gets the tape. Like 5 minutes, like he's got the tape, he watches it, they drive to the place and they're wheeling the woman out. And I know that it takes a while for them to find a body.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm kind of like, how quick is this turnaround? Where it downloads to a tape and then you put it in a thing and like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that was weird.
And there are these things where I go like, that person's wearing. Why are they wearing that?
That's
at this
why
point?
it's like there's just this, Hollywood convention beat. It's like, oh, he got the disc. Now they're gonna run over to the hotel, and she's conveniently being pulled out at that moment. It's like, yeah, that isn't how that would happen.
It's fine. Because ultimately the movie really isn't about that. But then it just kind of is moving along, and it's like we're going, and I go, okay.
Can we talk about when he's at the end, when he's in the hotel room, he's trying to find Juliette Lewis, and he finds another disc waiting for him. Puts it on. It's Juliette Lewis being attacked.
Yeah, but come to find out, not. Yeah,
right, exactly. Yeah. And as he's like suffering through this because he thinks it's real at first, he stands up to search for her, and he's just waving around,
swiping.
When all you have to do is open your eyes, and you'll have double vision. They say that, like, you'll see what's real, but you'll also still see the vision.
Oh, I thought.
And I'm like, why aren't you just fucking open your eyes to go to the bedroom?
Oh, I read that as he was trying to fight Tom Sizemore off because he was experiencing it so intensely that he just was like, get off. He's trying to fight him off. I thought. Like, you thought he was looking for her?
That's what I thought.
Oh, I don't. I mean, that's kind of a weird. But I mean, I think it's just an illustration of how visceral the thing was to him, that he was just kind of like, I know that this is doing, but I just can't. Like, he's instinctively going like, get off me, kind of thing.
Is that what it was? Because he was like literally going like this.
I don't know. Yeah, I remember this part. This is my least favorite part of the movie. And there are some parts that. Sorry.
Which, let's talk about that one. Let's talk about the this one. It did not help that I watched this last night. The night before, I went and saw this movie called The Nightingale by Jennifer Kent, who directed The Babadook, and it's her new movie that she wrote and directed. And in that movie, I hated it. I very rarely have a passionate dislike for movies. Mm-hmm. This one made me angry. And it's just, I felt, for a variety of reasons, but like one of the main ones was that there are like 5 rapes in that movie, and they are really, really, really brutal. And and eventually it happened so many times. I was like, to what end? And I just felt like it was just lazy, and I just didn't like that movie. And I had a lot of issues with it on top of all that stuff. I just felt like it was a cheap movie masquerading as art, and I can't stand stuff like that just because it's wrapped up in a really artistic package. I'm like, you can't say that this is art. Anyways, that's a whole other thing. Yeah. But again, I watched this one the very next night, and I'm like, this is cool. This is cool. And I'm like, oh my, I can't. Yeah. What is the deal with using this as plot devices? Yeah. It's such a visceral thing. And like, this one was, I was like, this one is as bad as any one of the ones in Nightingale, because like they linger on it, and then he puts the thing on her head so she can experience what he's experiencing. I was like, oh my god! And then he's killing her as he's doing it. And I'm just like, ugh.
It was a thing that I kind of like. That didn't actually. It was, there's so much going on in that moment. It didn't hit me until later that I like, and then I was like, like how horrific that is.
Yeah. It was a special brand of
it's like bad. Well, it's when he explains it.
Yeah,
that's where I was like, oh, okay, like because I was like, but there's so much, and I just was like, and then he says that, and I go, oh, okay, goodness gracious, like, whatever, and then and that's why I was like, there's some things, because like when then Tom Sizemore reveals at the end that he's like, yeah, and he goes like, wait, so but why Iris? And he's like, this is how it happened. He paid me to get rid of her, and he goes,
oh yeah, I don't know how any of that played out. Okay,
and you go,
explain this to me. How did I? Can you go right back?
Yeah, okay. Well, there's a lot going on, right? Because you're looking for this guy who sexually assaulted someone, but like put the thing on her so that she not only is experiencing what she's going through, but is experiencing what he's feeling as he's doing it, and then it causes her. Even, and it's almost like what kills her is the overload of that
he strangles
experience
her.
It. Oh, he did too?
Yeah, that's what made it so bad. On top of everything else, he has a sheet.
Right.
wrapped around
He
her.
does. Yeah. And anyway, and so it's like this, and you gotta go like, okay, and
But why did he kill her?
because so that's where it kind of like goes, because you think you like Michael Wincott, who I love, by the way, in general as an actor. This was what he just has this crazy voice, but
Which one's he?
he's the the agent of Jericho 1. He's the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's got this voice.
Yeah,
He's from
he's
Robin
cool.
Hood. He's
Yeah.
great. So I go like, clearly he's a villain, and then they're setting it up, and they're like, he's involved somehow. I know. And with this thing, and you go like, cool. And it is sort of playing toward this, like, there's this conspiracy they're going to uncover. And then it turns out, no, there isn't. He just did so much VR drug that he got really paranoid, and then started paying people to VR drug to go out and essentially wear a wire, but like wear a wire that's what they call it too.
Yeah.
But like wear a wire while they're out with people so that he can spy on them.
On his artist.
Yeah, he sends the girl to spy on him on Jericho 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like sends them to kind of be like, hey, we're hot.
Right.
And he goes, and then the Jericho 1, who's the guy from Speed, who goes, oh shit, like, I love that dude.
That's right. That's where he's
I love that guy. I know. I was like, oh, cool.
I knew I recognized him.
Yeah, you've seen him in a couple of things, and this is like honestly sort of the biggest. He was on Fresh Prince as well, but like, yeah. Anyway, so he sends her to go essentially spy on him. They get pulled over randomly.
Yeah.
And you kind of go like, oh, well, he's a powerful revolutionary force, so they did it on purpose. It turns out kind of they didn't.
They didn't know who he was.
They didn't know who he was, and then he's just racist. And then when the guy was like, you're pulling me over for no reason, so he pulled him over, I guess essentially because he's racist. And then when the guy called him on that and said like, I'm gonna have your job, shoots him. She sees that, runs away, and then Michael Wincott goes, oh man. This is where the thing falls apart because you go, oh, Michael Wincott, it's going to be, you're going to find out that like they're working for him. There's this whole thing where he wanted to kill the artist because whatever, or maybe he's behind this whole racist thing or whatever. And by the end of the movie, you go, no, whole thing is that he just sent her to spy on him. Mm-hmm. They killed all the artist. They killed the artist and whatever. And all those people.
He got mad at her.
She ran away, and then Michael Wincott's like, those cops are gunning for her. They're going to gun for her. They're going to come force her to tell her who had her spy. So who else knows, because they know what that means. They know someone else saw it. Mm-hmm. And then they're going to come for him. And that's why he does all this. And I go, wait a second. This guy has bodyguards?
That. Yeah.
He's not afraid of 2 cops.
But it wasn't that. He was worried that now all his other he was worried about losing his business.
Well, yeah, and then he goes, why doesn't he go to the cops? And they go like, because his artist will find out he's spying on him. And I go, that's not a strong.
Yeah,
I get that, but like, what the fuck is
because
this?
it did feel, I was just like, this is so just a writer thing to move on to the next thing. And I'm like, that should mean so much more because it's the thrust of this, of what set everything in motion. And I'm like, it's just because he wanted to.
He's just scared of 2 cops.
He couldn't let. No, his fear is that he'll be exposed and he'll lose his label. Every one of his other artists will leave his label, which is even weaker to me.
I just go. I mean, like, that's a legitimate thing, but it's like whatever. Because like he's either afraid for his life, and then there's this because. Well, but that's what because they present it and they go like he's afraid, and then they go, why doesn't he just do this? And they go, he's afraid of losing his artist. And I go, this is dumb. This guy like, because then it kind of goes like this guy who's clearly a villain, who is a fucking like he just walks around going this and that and you know, whatever this, and he's just like you're just like yeah okay he's clearly a villain. We're just gonna find out how and how he's under he's a Bond villain essentially.
Yeah,
and then you go, oh no, he's just a regular dude who was paranoid, sent someone to spy, and then is afraid that they're going to come kill him, or afraid that he's going to lose his. And they go, oh, he's a regular guy, but he's also sadistic.
Well, he's sadistic because he's a wire junkie.
I guess.
Well, that's what they said.
Yeah.
Like he's a wire junkie who is addicted to doing the wire stuff.
So it really
which causes
just kind of
him to be because they're always like he's so paranoid.
It makes him a red herring, and I go, but you laid it on so strongly. And there's not really a. I mean, I get it, but it just sort of is like, well, that's weird. So
yeah.
So, but he's got to be a dick, but whatever. And then like, but so then his solution to that is to get Tom Sizemore to go kill Iris, the prostitute, because if he kills her, then she can't be found by the cops, who will.
And she would tell the cops why she was filming in the first place.
Yeah, because they beat it out of her. I go, good Tom Sizemore to kill the cops. It's like, whatever. Like, who, or, no, I guess that's not a good thing. But he says, go kill this prostitute. And then Tom Sizemore goes, I will kill this prostitute. I'll kill her in the craziest, most sadistic fucking way imaginable. Mm-hmm. I will not only kill her, I will sexually assault her and then make sure she experiences it from my perspective. Yeah, and you go, what?
I think
why?
I think I disliked it as much as I did because at the end of the movie I was like, oh, that didn't serve a purpose.
Yeah, unless the only thing, like, it occurred to me, I go like, did he do that? Because later you realize he's like, I've been trying to lead you to here because I needed a patsy to pin Michael Wincott's death on, and I go, did he do it in this sadistic way because that's what would get Lenny on the trail? Because you know what I mean? Because when that happens and he shows it to him and Sizemore goes like, well, I lost my appetite for a year, and then he goes, you gotta get after him, and you're a cop. This is a murder. You gotta blah 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 blah. You know?
I guess so. Yeah.
Really, really, honestly, what it honestly feels like is this fucked up thing that James Cameron thought of and was like, I'm gonna put it in here. Mm-hmm. It was a really fucked up thing to think about, and I'm gonna put it in this but like the character doesn't have any motivation to do that. It just goes, it's this really crazy application of virtual reality.
It's a weird choice because I was under the impression he might be trying to sell it as snuff. Oh yeah, because it's a blackjack.
True, but he doesn't peddle in that shit, and he doesn't try to sell it. He only gives it to.
That's true. He doesn't. He makes it known.
And he's never done that before. I mean, that we see. I don't know. It's this weird thing where I really honestly, because James Cameron. Like, this is essentially virtual reality, but it's like a thing. Like, apparently it's similar to something in Neuromancer by William Gibson, which I haven't read, but like is a tentpole, is like the cyberpunk sci-fi, progenitor in terms of literature, and so like this is but it's like kind of a virtual reality or like shared consciousness thing. And James Cameron thought of, and I don't know if he got him from somewhere else, like several very interesting applications of it. Where it is kind of like wearing a wire. Oh, here's this like really fucked up situation that could happen with it. There's several things where I go, oh, it's an interesting whatever, and then it like gives birth.
It's fascinating because one of my favorite lines.
But it feels like sort of shoehorned into the story at this point.
Yeah.
Just to be like a shocking thing.
That moment, because it could have been anything else to justify it.
And you go, once you put that in your movie, that's the thing your movie's about, unless you do something else, which they did.
Which is why that scene stands out so much. It just feels, it's weird. I mean, I just had another reaction the same way with Nightingale. I was like, you can't just do that like so callously and just expect, because of the weight of what that is.
Yeah. I guess.
And like maybe they were like, well, it's a female director, and like with Nightingale, it's a female director, and I'm just like, that doesn't, in my opinion, I'm just like,
that's Cameron who wrote it.
Yeah, it's Cameron who wrote it, so it's just. So that's a different thing. But even Nightingale, it's like, that doesn't, to me, justify you getting to do it in that way. I judge a movie regardless of gender, and I'm like, that doesn't work for me.
But it is very possibly just a comment on the mistreatment, the abuse of women.
But especially this movie, at least Nightingale, that was the point of that movie.
Well,
this one, it just like, I'm like, that.
But it is,
with everything else that's going on in this movie, and you as a filmmaker, you know where that's going to go eventually as the writer-director, or the writers and directors. Why go down that road?
Well, it's a very late inciting incident. It is, but you could have it just be like, she's dead, and that's why, and we cared about her.
I really think you're right. I think it's Cameron being like, that's a really unique,
fucked up thing.
But
here's the thing: I just realized it is sort of a deconstruction of what people say the psychology of rape is. That it's not about sex; it's about power and fear. And that is a multiplication. That is an enhancement of that. That is the most, like, you go, oh gosh, like, because that's what it is that he explains it. He's like, she's feeling the fear, he's feeling what he's feeling, the aggression and whatever, and then she feels that from his perspective, so she's doing it to herself.
Yeah.
And it's this crazy fucked up
I just still think it's such a thing.
It's an intellectual exercise sort of thing where it's like it's a thought experiment, but it's also like
it's like you said, it's a movie unto itself where it's just like, that's your thing then, because with something like that, and especially how it was presented through like a POV aspect of it, it's like
it's so much weight, yeah.
It's it's just a,
especially for a movie that is
like, I'm not saying you can't put that stuff in movies. I'm just like, you got to be real careful about it.
Yeah.
Because especially like a movie like this, that was a super mainstream movie that played in like 4,000 theaters across America. It's like, if you're gonna do that, you better build it up and make it like it felt so thrown away as a plot element that even though it was unique in its sense, I'm like, you could have absolutely disregarded that and just made it a murder, a particularly vicious murder.
Well, you know what they did?
And it would have been fine.
Or they can still make the same comment on the psychology of rape without showing it.
Yeah.
And then especially for a movie that has treated sex the way it has up until that point, where it's all about titillation and stuff. It's like this. That scene.
Because you could argue that it would work if the movie had continued on that path of it just exclusively exploring the voyeuristic aspect of the squid technology, but it doesn't, because then it becomes a race movie.
Well, it doesn't become a race movie fully until the last like 20 minutes, I think.
The moment he gets shot, the movie completely goes into a
Who gets shot?
Jericho 1.
Oh yeah.
It is a completely, and that happens about an hour 15 in, and it's a long movie, so it's like 2 movies.
Really?
Yeah.
It's an hour and 15 when they realized. I thought it was much later. But
no, they spend a long time after that.
Yeah.
Going through a lot of stuff. It's just it could have served a purpose if like they had then gotten justice for the whatever her name was, and it
wasn't. She was just there to lead him to.
I know.
He goes. This happened to her.
She was a throwaway character. She suffered a brutal murder, death, rape, all simultaneously. Yeah. And then it's just like, but we're not going to go back to that, and we're not even going to unpack that at all. And she needed his help, and he couldn't get to her. Yeah. It was. And then he goes. It's just a weird choice. It's the girl in the fridge thing where it's like, and it's like, and then it's like. Really the point of that was to get his attention and then lead him to go, oh, now I'm worried about Juliette Lewis. Like, this happened to this other human being. It's just a weird thing for this movie. For this movie, for what it ends up doing, it's the one choice that I was like, you could have easily written something else that would have played, or just more to the cohesiveness of everything. I understand the intent of it. It's to show that it can be titillating and then horrific at the same time. Yeah. But your movie switches gears halfway through, so. But then it also, that sticks out like a massive sore thumb of just like, it doesn't. I don't think, I can't even say it doesn't age well. I don't think it. I read a lot of reviews last night, and people didn't dig it then. And I go, and I was saying like the thought, the philosophy, because again, as a metaphor / as a deconstruction of the psychology of rape, I understand it. I understand having it there, but I go, then you don't need to show it. But then it's also like, I mean, Kat, maybe there's the argument like, are you just you're not gonna sit with that and parse your own feelings about what's happening and experience it. So you want, and especially about a movie that's about virtual reality, which is why about being. I mean, that's why it comes off that way. That's why it comes off as a little icky. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's icky regardless, but like icky in the terms of how they do it. Yeah. Because they don't. They do not. They put you in it, and then they don't come back to it to talk about it. Yeah. So it's just like, it happened. Now we're gonna spend an hour plus on the race relation stuff, because that's really the core of our movie and where we want to go with it. But that horrific thing, we're just going to toss aside, and that character and everything, and it felt wrong.
There's something about the way
it felt wrong on a filmmaking level.
There's something about the way that it was done that didn't feel right.
Exactly.
And then again, it didn't have the impact that I felt like it. But maybe they're dealing with that. Maybe that's what they're dealing with head on. I don't know. But
they should have had the characters deal with that instead. They talk about it right after the fact.
Yeah.
But they're still it's almost secondary to who the guy is, what's happening. There's that's fucked up. And Tom Sizemore's oh, I'm not going to eat my lunch anymore. It's just it's not handled with.
He gets out of the car and vomits, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's just not handled with the tact that it needs, and it's not brought back up in the 37-minute exposition, villain exposition at the end. I'm you can't discuss how horrific that was and how fucked up that was and how wrong that was. They just don't talk about it again.
It's a very clear example of how technology could be abused. My discomfort with it is how it was presented. I don't know. Yeah. Very clear. Are you talking about the POV rape scene that actually disturbed me solely because of the perspective? Something about how they did it really got to me. See, and I, if it had, and maybe it's a at the time.
It's
thing
effective
or something
for sure. I'm saying if you're gonna do it, then you need to give more time to it after the fact. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
It's a very unique and horrifying scene. Yeah. It's very effective. They accomplished their goal. So much so that I'm you can't just not talk about that ever again. Because it makes it feel it just makes it feel like you had a unique spin on a rape scene, and that's why you put it in. And that's not, I don't think that's cool.
It did, yeah. Anyway, it's a difficult thing to. Yeah.
But anyways, I was there, so we needed to talk
about
it.
But then it's a very interesting because and then you go okay, and then they seem to tiptoe into it. They start moving that direction later in the movie, right? And they go we're going to watch this happen to Juliette Lewis. Uh-huh. And then they go, no, she's into it.
She's into it.
Because this is how they do that.
Right.
And then you kind of go what is this? What are we saying
mean?
here?
Yeah.
And you go,
I was
this is tiptoey.
Yeah.
This is and that's not I'm not saying that's not an invalid thing to say. I'm not saying that there aren't people, there are absolutely people who have sex that way.
Yeah.
And as long as both people are being safe, more power to it. And
they go, what is that saying?
But they go out of the way to make sure he goes he turns and then he takes it off and then he's and he goes, are you okay? Did I hurt you? And you go okay, so this is totally consensual. Uh-huh. And she's I love you. Yeah. And you go, okay. That again, in a vacuum, that's an okay thing to, and in people's lives it's okay, but it's just kind of this, and then there was that.
There was that before that you never talked about again, and now you're showing me this.
And clearly you're not saying that
and I don't think they are, but
but it's but
because you didn't talk about it ever again, it's just weird.
Yeah, and you go but I don't know, maybe it's a thing where they're we're making you deal with this. We're making you think about it and sit with it and deal with it.
I think that's the thing that I hate about when people tackle this and then they don't give it its due diligence. Is they're well, we put it in there. Isn't that brave? And I'm that's not fucking brave unless you do the fucking work.
Yeah, and it's true because there's so much packed into this movie where it is about rape fantasy, and it is about, and I think it is not an examination of it. It is hey, think about that. And then you go, but then also we're back to our sci-fi fucking cop movie, our sci-fi noir, and you go.
It's they'll think we can hide behind the fact that we can say they'll think about that, but we're going to use this as a titillating plot device. That's what it is.
Possibly, but I do, and I don't think it's I don't think that they're not going think about this because this is all part and parcel with the voyeurism. This is all part and parcel with the thing. It fits in. It doesn't not fit in.
Yeah,
but
it is thought-provoking.
There's so much shit going on that they go. Think about it. Anyway, back to neo noir,
Yeah.
Ray Fiennes shit, and you go, I didn't have time to think about that.
Yeah.
I just feel, what should I? This is weird.
It's
like,
just I honestly, what you said, where it's just like they didn't, but then that it doesn't like how you. I guarantee you that they probably I guarantee you they had that discussion. It's like, how do we present this?
Yeah.
And either Bigelow or Cameron or both are just like, this doesn't work unless we show it from the POV. It loses all its uniqueness and its power if we don't show it that way. We can't just say that happened and then use it as a
if you agree to do it in this movie, you don't do the POV thing,
it's a missed opportunity,
or it's cowardly, but I feel like it's
just it's too much in a movie that already has too much in it, and it's a cool idea. Not a cool idea. It's a unique idea. It needed to be. They needed to focus more on it. They were going to do it. That's it. That's really it.
It's putting you in the driver's seat of
a rapist.
Of POV rape.
Yeah,
porn.
It's like you are the rapist during that like 3 minutes.
And it goes, deal with it.
Yeah.
Think about it. And I go, okay, but you're right. You are right. It's crazy. It is not unwarranted to explore that. It's not whatever, but it is tricky with a movie with so much shit going on that you go, and this next, and you go, wait.
It just shows how
last time I saw boobs, it was sexy. This time it's this, and it's like
And that's an interesting thing if that's your whole movie, and then you unpack that for the
there's like a Gaspar Noé film that is just that.
Yes.
It's like,
and that would actually be a really interesting commentary, and that's why it is a very unique and something that I think would be worth exploring, because you have that now with porn. Like, porn is so prevalent across all mediums and everything that you can get access to really, really nasty stuff at the drop of a and like you hear about it all the time about people who have a hard time with sex or whatever because they're so inundated with
extreme shit
that the normal shit doesn't work anymore. Hell yeah, brother.
How do you do a certain scene from Requiem for a Dream without it just being you were bored and wanted to shoot porn? What do you, bored or an addict who needs money? That whole movie was intense, scary. Yeah, like Requiem. It is that, but it also serves.
In Requiem, it's a nightmarish sequence that the whole movie builds to where you see how far someone will fall because they're an addict, and it's horrifying. Yeah, and it's earned.
And I'm not saying, I'm not saying, boy, the more I talk about this, I'm kind of like, there's a lot of complex. It's crazy. It's very, very, very like, I mean, when you think about that and you think about the bold, you think about the bold statement at the end about race and oppression and police brutality. You look at those two things and you go, I see why this movie maybe didn't do so well. Because people were like, I can't stomach this. I can't deal with this. Yeah. This is, and I'm getting preached to on one side, and then there's this on the other side, and I don't know how to deal with that. And I like, that's why I kind of like, there's so much that I admire about this movie, and I admire that it ends on that note, and that it goes, this is what the movie's really about. But then it's like, is it also? And it's fascinating that they're doing all of this, that they're doing all of the things that they're doing in the way that they're doing them. But then I go, is it a disservice to the ultimate point of your movie to have something in here that's that draws this like at least as much attention?
Yeah, and it is. It's just
But it happens early enough that
when we were talking last night, we were talking about something that I'm working on, and I pitched them a bunch of stuff, and we whittled down and we whittled out because I had too many.
Our POV. Never mind.
I just.
Not a good joke.
I had a lot of POV ideas.
Not an okay joke. I'm really sorry.
But you helped me whittle it down like 5 ideas that I was really interested in, but 5 ideas that would work as movies unto themselves.
Yes.
And that's a thing that you have to be disciplined about, to be like, these are all ideas that I'm really excited about, but I can't put them all in there, or else I'm going to do a disservice, or it's going to start backfiring.
Yeah.
Because all these are sensitive ideas that need their own consideration, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah.
If they had I understand the need, especially why you would be compelled, because it really is a unique idea. It is such a unique idea that's a whole movie.
Yeah.
A whole movie where you make your audience experience POV stuff that can be seen as a benefit, and then at the true horrific nature, which would be, in this day and age, a real commentary of how even with Twitch and stuff, like you like to just live through other experiences at times.
Totally. And what's interesting is that like, it is this movie. This movie is that movie, but they just have so much other shit in it.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, exactly. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Because you go, oh, what's the movie where it deals with like putting you in the perspective of whatever? Like, it's like there's like,
and that's why I'm saying
like,
that
there
the
is that
race relation stuff is amazing, and I'm glad they did it. But it does feel like it's two movies at war with each other.
But what's interesting is that like, and I 100% see that, and I get that, and intellectually I get that. And if you told me this movie on paper, I'd be like, this sounds bonkers, and that's absolutely right.
Yeah.
There's something about the way this unfolded for me where I go,
oh, they still pull it off.
They pull it off, which I go, how did they do that? And because I was saying that this steals from it, but it doesn't, because it happens, and then there's fallout from it, and it gets the story moving, which is rough, but it's part of this whole like commentary on the sci-fi technology part of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then ultimately we're led down this thing, and the power of the end is that this movie, that the director, that the person, the storyteller goes, how it's like they pause the movie and go, hey, you know how this is like the craziest movie you ever fucking seen?
Mm-hmm.
And there's like tons of shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, yeah. And they go, here's what it's really about. And it goes, this is what underpins the entire thing, and this is what we're really saying. And it's crazy that all of that exists in the same movie. But there's a power to that where it goes, this is what we've drawn you in with all of this.
That's why I just wished they could have. It just should have picked one, because each one of those horrific ideas, in terms of content, is enough to build an entire movie on it, like completely. And so I felt like it did a disservice to the sexual nature of the film, and then I was just like, pick a lane. That's all I'm saying. Just pick one lane, and it would have helped your movie, even though you made it work anyway. Yeah. It would have made your movie better, because this is a good movie. I don't think it's a great movie though.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it feels, honestly, it's weird. It feels very Bigelow. It feels very Kathryn Bigelow, where she just pulls shit off, and you go, how?
Yeah.
How did that work? How did you make?
Because she's a craftsman. She's that good as a director. Like Christopher Nolan's not guilty. He's that good at it too. I have a lot of issues in terms of like a lot of the Batman movies of like his writing.
Yeah.
But he is such a magnificent director that I'm like, his ability to conjure momentum, like narrative momentum. And he's like, oh, you're thinking about that? Fuck you. Here we go. We're going to the next thing, and you're going to dig it, because we're building this dreaded momentum. Do I feel the same way about the prostitute in Heat with
I kind of do.
I absolutely do.
Yeah, I think we talked about that.
Yeah, we did.
We were like, okay, you're showing us he's a bad dude.
Yeah, it's absolutely unnecessary.
And then Pacino comes in and goes, "I'm the good guy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hug you." And it's just
and
like,
I understand that, but in a movie, that movie's like 3 hours long, and actually, even though it is unnecessary to have a serial killer subplot throughout the whole film. They could have just built Wayne Grow up to. They could have just replaced that and made Wayne Grow, like expanded on Wayne Grow in another way. They didn't need to make him a serial killer, which he is in that movie.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize that, because
he's a serial killer.
It's so it's skirted over completely, and you're like,
yeah. Oh, cool. So hold on. So you have an issue with Heat? You have an issue with the Michael Mann movie? Cool. And you're just allowed to? Everyone's allowed this, right? And you brought it up. Okay, everyone's cool. Everyone's cool with this having an issue with the Michael Mann movie. Cool.
Look,
I'm just saying.
We just don't like your anti-Iraq war stance.
Good gravy. Good gravy. I look like having a lead actor and self-supporting actor. You can't have several leading ideas competing with the other. And here's the thing, like again, and this is it. Like on paper, I agree. Like with most movies, I go, nah, man, you can't do both of those things. This one does so much shit, and to me, it kind of sticks the landing so much that I go, all right,
Yeah.
or it sticks the landing thematically.
Yeah.
And it does it, and it goes. And it goes, we were hinting about this. It has all these themes circling it, and then it finally does pick one and go, this is the one. And I go, shit, you picked the right one. That's crazy.
I know. I just wanted it to.
It works.
I just wanted that to be the theme.
Okay, Nolan came up with Interstellar. Let's go. Oh, Interstellar. Yeah. Here's another thing. Now we're just we've talked about all the important things. So now we're just gonna move and talk about the unimportant things. Yeah. But like there's that part where the cops are chasing him.
When they light the limo on fire?
D'Onofrio and William Fichtner, by the way. And
by the way, William Fichtner has one line
Yeah.
in this movie.
Yeah.
Someone, one of you said earlier is like, I wonder how much Fichtner got paid for this movie, and I also wonder that he had one line at the very end.
There's no more '90s cop. It's like this is a parody of a '90s movie, and then they cast those two to be a parody of the '90s movies because they're the most '90s people you can cast as two cops.
I was thinking about it last night because I was like,
man.
it's so.
And
it's so crazy because like those like Sizemore and Fichtner and D'Onofrio, like they're not
agreed.
They're not super duper stars. I mean, they're very well known, but they're not superstars. But it's more like their face, not on like a William H. Macy level, like circa Air Force One, where you're like, I know that guy. He keeps popping up and stuff.
You seen Air Force One?
Yeah,
I've never seen Air Force One.
But it is just so interesting to me to see. You just watch movies, like old movies, and you're like, these people, they're just around.
Yeah,
and it makes them seem like they've just always been around.
Yeah.
Because they always, like, Fichtner looks the same.
Oh, yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. I mean, and he's and I wonder, because I'd love to scroll back down. I don't know if they're like, because D'Onofrio by that point, 95, D'Onofrio was notable by that point.
Oh, at post Full Metal Jacket, he was...
And I kind of go, and I feel like Fichtner by that point is as well, and I feel like it's almost like, guest star casting, cameo casting, as opposed to
it's
like.
It's weird
that's
because
he's
in Heat the same year.
Who, Fichtner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, he told me he would call me, but he hasn't called. That's my Fichtner. That was pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I crushed it.
What was that? What is he in Heat?
He's Henry Rollins is his bodyguard.
Oh yeah, totally.
And he's the one who sets up the deal, and then they try to kill him.
This movie's bleeds.
Like, he told me, he's Van Zandt. He's like, he told me he'd call me, and he hasn't called. I've been in my office for the past 3 days.
Yeah,
sleeping.
Yeah,
he told me he'd call me, and he hasn't called.
Yeah.
Guys, I finally have my first impression.
Wait, who's in Pleasantville? Oh, Macy's in Pleasantville. I love Pleasantville. Pleasantville's great.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, they're being chased by those dudes. And then it's like, they shoot up the thing. Then they dump gas all over it. Mm-hmm. And they set fire to the car.
I like that Fichtner took the machine gun, and he knew that they were both in the front seat.
Like
but he Bonnie and Clyde it from the back of the limo all the way to the front. And I'm like, I mean, you know they're in the front seat.
Yeah.
Maybe
he climbed in the back because he was like, I'm about to die. I'm going to experience the back of the limo. I love this. He's so distraught. Which one are you guys talking about? Oh, where's my dinner? Where's my dinner? Yeah. Watching a hockey game like a...
Oh, yeah. Where's Wayne Grow? How the hell would I know? Watching a hockey game like a hurt.
But then he's like... He's Bonnie and Clyde's the car, and then they set fire to it. And if this is Cameron's writing, then awesome. And if it's Bigelow, then awesome. But either way, the concept is great. And the execution is great.
Yeah.
Where they set fire to the car that they're in. Yeah. And then it cuts and you see the fire outside the car and I go, I've never fucking seen that. How have I never seen a person in a car? Because they set the car on fire in movies tons of times. Yeah. But that person's just dead.
Yeah.
You go, oh, you guys are I've never seen anyone get out of this in a movie.
Yeah.
And then you go, what? And I go, how are they gonna get out of it? And my brain starts going like, she could open the door and roll through the fire. She'd be okay. It's not true.
But she couldn't open the door.
Why?
They established that.
Because it's like, bunk, bunk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then she just goes, and I out loud went, the water! And then she drives into the water and I go, that's brilliant! That's so cool.
It was really cool.
Really, really awesome.
And there's a scene like that in the game. There is a scene, but what makes this scene so cool is that the limo is on fire and then there's an immediate solution that is right in front of your face. And even I was alone. I was like, that's very good.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see a flaming limo.
Well, they cut inside and there's fire outside.
Yeah, and that was great.
And I just go, that's amazing.
But
Macy's a badass. And that's the thing. And that's my point in bringing this whole thing up because A, that's amazing. He drives off the thing, goes into the thing. She goes, cool. And then he's like, blah, blah, blah. I'm useless. And she goes, she pulls out the back seat, takes this silver shotgun, which doesn't make another appearance, shoots the
yeah, that was weird. That's when I was like, wait, what does she do?
Yeah, I was like, she has that? What?
She has that? Yeah, that's a huge shotgun.
Yeah, that would have come in handy earlier when you needed to shoot someone with a shotgun.
Yeah, because when she said during that chase scene, she was like, "This is what I do."
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know what you do. What do you? I thought you were a limo driver.
But then she shoots the trunk open and she goes, and then she takes the time to go, all right, you idiot, I'm gonna swim out. You just follow me. And
yeah, how'd that happen? How did she get through the trunk?
She shot the trunk open. She pulled off the back seat, which leaves the trunk. They can get into the trunk cavity.
Did it like fold down, or she like ripped it off?
I think she very easily pulled it off. I don't know, but it's her modular James Bond.
Totally.
No, it's the future.
Totally.
So she shoots it, and then she goes, "Follow me, you moron!" And he goes, "They blah 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 blah." They jump, like they get out. They go under the. They
go under the pier. William Fichtner gives it a hard look, once over.
He's like, D'Onofrio goes, "They're dead,"
and he's just
and
like,
William Fichtner goes, "I'm Fichtner. I'm gonna do this." They go off. They make out, obviously. It is funny, like, because someone said
made out.
No. Someone mentioned that, like, that he's like, and they're possibly in a relationship because of how incensed and enraged he became when Fichtner, because he tries to stop Fichtner from shooting himself, and then he shoots himself, and then he goes, ah! And there is like a not imperceptible kind of like, is that what's going on for just a split second?
Oh yeah, no, they bone each other.
Okay, sweet,
for sure.
Well, good. Good.
Blue on blue, you know.
Yeah. Blue steel. So
gave him the old blue steel.
Oh my gosh. But anyway, then they hide under the dock. They get up, and then they're soaking wet, and they're walking. And she goes, "I can't believe you had to give him the disc." And he goes, and I go, "He obviously didn't give him the disc. Obviously."
They played that up big time. Yeah. Like, can you believe it?
And he goes, boom, and he goes, are we impressed yet? And she goes, yeah, I'm impressed. I go, no, you're not.
No, you're not.
Because you were just chased by dirty cops, and you evaded them in a limousine, and then caught on fire, and you MacGyvered your way out of that, broke open the thing, dragged his sorry ass up.
But I kept this.
Yeah, and I go, yeah, obviously you did. I can't believe that worked because it was so obvious. Yeah. I can't believe he was like, cool, I'll take it.
Yeah.
And she goes, I can't believe that you had to give him the disc. And then I, like, out loud, I think went, yeah, it was one of my favorites. And she goes, yeah, it was one of my favorites. I go, clearly. This is but I just was like, you are not impressed. And if you are impressed, that's the problem with this relationship. You're amazing. You have nothing to gain from this dude.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. And if you like him for
that's
fine.
Weird.
But he doesn't impress you. There's no way.
It's very... But they set up...
Unless it's like when your baby doesn't shit herself and you go, yeah, I'm impressed.
It's the flashback where she goes inside and he's like sitting on the bed with her kid. And then
that was sweet.
Like, he sat on that bed. So...
With my kid.
There you go.
Yeah, and you go, and that was...
It's his eyes.
That was sweet, though.
It's his eyes. It's his eyes.
It was sweet, though, because I go, oh, that's kind of sweet.
It was nice.
He was nice. And then later when you actually see the kid, Ray finds in the most cursory way, he goes... Come on, buddy. He calls him buddy. I go, you don't know that kid at all. You don't have a relationship with that child at all. That is bullshit. You should have reshot that. Do that one again, because the whole thing is his.
Come on, little buddy.
Yeah, come on, pal. Tiger? Sport? What's your name? I got your mom. Take your mom to a hotel where she's probably gonna get killed, so that we can save this girlfriend of mine. It's not my girlfriend.
Yeah,
my ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, that's weird. It's weird that they gave her a kid. Like, why not kill that kid?
What?
I mean, narratively.
No, I mean, what?
It's just weird that they gave her a kid.
Like in the movie?
It made me not... Like, her decisions were irresponsible.
Yeah, well, and also...
It's just another
so
thing.
were his.
Like,
his were incredibly selfish because he's like, I miss that kid. And you're like, no, you're not. You're endangering his mother.
I know. Well...
And she's endangering herself.
Yeah.
And, like, he needs her, but then she's also like, this is for your ex-girlfriend. And she's like, I love you, though, so I'm going to do this for your ex-girlfriend. This is stupid. I also don't get that she loves him, but whatever. I mean, I don't buy that.
It just like you could have got all that without having the kid.
Yeah, you don't need the kid.
You don't need the kid.
I think you need the kid. You get with the kid. You go, because she has that line where it adds to her character. She pulls him out of the and she's like, because she gets really mad at him, when he's kind of like doing squid in the back or whatever,
squidding in the
getting
back.
wired, getting hard jacked in, get jack hard USB,
jacking my wire back here,
internet, and then you brain hacking, you soul hacking, you hack your soul. It's just like, shut up. It's so great. It's so stupid and great. You are, bro.
Can we talk before I forget?
Yeah.
One of the best lines is when they're at the fireworks at the house, and she has the big moment. And she's like, "This is your life," and then he's like, "Have you ever loved someone?" And then at the very end, it's my favorite line in the movie. There was another one. I can't remember if it was Imbolc or Ken Cold Blood, but it was like paranoia is just reality at in finer detail, which I thought was a good line. And then, not impressed. and then
I like other lines,
but here's my favorite line. Which I actually, paranoia is just reality on a finer scale.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So
scale makes less sense. Go ahead.
But
shut up,
no.
Why is Lenny
but when she says, she's like, it's something like you just keep living in these memories, but memories are supposed to fade.
And my favorite line was...
And I was like, that's fantastic.
So that's funny, because my favorite line was right before that one.
We disagree.
Yeah, I know.
On a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
That line honestly reminded me kind of like the scene in Away We Go. That scene we love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked the line where he explains it to her, her character is just wonderful because she's just such a kind person that he's like, yeah, but like, you ever love someone who doesn't love you back? And she's like, yeah, you idiot. And he goes, I know. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't make you stop. I mean, he's acknowledging everything she's done for him, which is nice. But then he's also kind of like, please come risk your life. But he goes, you don't stop understanding them. You don't stop caring for them. You don't stop wanting to protect them. And she's like, yeah. And then he has a line where he goes, it's not about what's in her head. It's about what's in mine. And I was like, I like that. And now you feel obligated to not like it.
No, what does that mean?
Well, but basically she's like, she doesn't love you. And he goes, I know.
Is he talking about Julia Lewis?
Yes. He's like, it's not about what she thinks of me.
That is good. That whole scene was very
great.
well written.
It was great. And you got. It's
not the best line, but
there are a couple moments where I go, like this. These were the audition pieces. If you, but he didn't have to audition probably, but like,
he's like, how do you want me to play this?
Yeah. And they go, he's like, exactly like Quiz Show, and they go, yeah, I want it.
Is he like that in Quiz Show? I've never seen Quiz Show. I know. I've told you this like 3 times, and every single time you go like this.
I love that movie so fucking much. I love that movie.
Really? I didn't know.
I love it.
I
love it.
No. The best line is obviously, Bobby!
Bobby! I love where he goes,
there are, it's actually, there's
Sizemore
a lot
has so many great
lines. Yeah.
What is the one where he goes,
someone mentioned when he threw the football.
That one's great.
That was great.
He goes,
hey, go off for a pass, bro.
Yeah. What is the thing? Oh, did I not write it?
King Copeland, I was partial to leave me alone and it's over. Dude, that was crazy. That was...
it's over!
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And I like Juliette Lewis, but she was all over the map in this movie.
It didn't bother me, but I get what you're saying. But
I don't love you anymore. I don't love you anymore.
The Californians.
I don't love you anymore. Yeah.
I really loved. That's what it was. When Sizemore, because he goes something, and he goes, well, and I'll tell you how that went down. but something, and he goes, I'm not going to tell anyone. And he goes, oh, I know. I was like, that is really funny. You just revealed that you are the most depraved sexual assaulter in the world, and I go, yeah, that's hilarious.
That was really.
He just goes,
not cool.
It was really, really funny. So funny. The way he did, he goes, oh, I know.
He's like, yeah, because he's read the script. He's like, I mean, how are we gonna play this? In that same thing, he's like,
doing
he's
here?
like, I almost lost my faith. And then he said, what does he say? It's like, how's that for he literally addresses the fact that
he goes,
how's that for a metaphor or whatever he said?
Maybe. I thought he just kind of yeah. He says
no pun intended. Yeah.
Oh.
That made me roll my eyes in a great way.
Yeah.
Because by then I was just like, wow, I haven't seen one of these like villain explanation scenes in a really long time. And it was nice. I mean, it was terrible, but like I enjoyed it.
Stop trying to save me. I don't need to save you. Give up on me. Yeah. Gosh darn it.
You're really nailing how she delivered those lines.
Oh my gosh.
Very stream of consciousness all the way up to the capitalizations.
Oh yeah, man. Okay. Oh my god.
I was so happy that they addressed that was a wig on Sizemore.
Yeah.
I was grateful when they pulled it off, and I was like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Because he looked terrible the whole movie.
Oh man.
When they were in the bar when they kept looking at the TV, it was when Tom Sizemore first comes in, and then the first time we see Angela Bassett, and all three of them are at the bar, and there's news on with Jericho on the TV. That scene was structured so oddly, where Ray Fiennes would be watching the TV, then he'd come over to the two of them, and then he'd be like, hey, shut up, I gotta watch this. And he'd walk back over, and he did it 2 times. Yeah. So a total of 3 times he's watching. He starts with the TV,
he just walks over to the TV,
goes back over to the TV, goes back. It's weird.
What is the line? I wrote it down. There's some, now there's some things that I was just like, where he's like, he's going around and he's trying to get the guy to like get. Then he's like, goes, I hope this axle grease you got in your hair doesn't screw up the squid receptors. And he goes, what is all this squid shit anyway?
Yeah.
And he goes, superconducting quantum. And I just go,
yeah. Or like, whoa.
Okay. Interfering device, squid.
Yeah.
And I go, yeah, shut up. But it's not his fault. But it's goodness gracious. There's something I want to talk about that I'm like, there's no way I'm right about it. But there's so much that I go, that there was so much specifically about it that I was like, this maybe, but not quite yet. Oh, I love the idea, and this smacks of, this was the other thing I think that was like, oh, it's a cool twist on it. That's an interesting thing that I assume Cameron came up with if he didn't co-opt it from Philip K. Dick or William Gibson or something, where it's like the reason it exists is that it was a wire. Mm-hmm. It's like wearing a wire, and it was the next step up, and then it was co-opted and kind of used as like a black market, and I was like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like they gave me that in exposition, but I was like, I'm glad I know that. That's cool.
Yeah.
That helps.
They just dumped their exposition. Yeah. Like they just did it. That's fine.
Yeah. I loved.
Which line kind of works, Ken? Oh, the one of her saying movies are still better than playback because the music comes up, there's credits, and you always know when it's over.
That's the most femme fatale thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it was very femme fatale.
You want to run into a liquor store, 357 Magnum in your hand. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, see that guy over there? When you want to be that guy for 20 minutes, the right 20 minutes, I can make that happen. You won't even tarnish your wedding ring." I was like, "That's good. I like that."
That was cool.
It's very snappy, but I love it. I
cool.
really liked it. Yeah. I'm your priest. I'm your shrink. I'm the magic man. Santa Claus of the subconscious. Yeah, that
was very Dennis Leary though. Like I was like, "Oh, you should have just cast Dennis Leary."
Oh, you'd be
because he would have sold that perfectly.
A different movie though, man. Like.
Actually, Dennis Leary in this role would actually be awesome.
Be weaselly, but like also.
Yeah, but that's kind of what this character inherently needed.
And what it would be is the opposite, whereas like he's clearly a good guy, and we're trying to buy him as a weasel. Mm-hmm. Is the opposite of like where Dennis Leary seems weaselly, but then shows us his good guy thing, and it would be much more impactful.
He's actually. I mean, this is 94, so I'm not how fine-tuned his acting was at this point. But have you ever seen Rescue Me?
I haven't.
He's a phenomenal actor.
Yeah.
He's a phenomenal actor.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a great show.
Oh, no, there's an edit of this film where it's this movie, but there's squids rather than squids on people. You just watched it again. Do you own this movie, Ken Coldblood? Oh, never mind. You watched it somehow. And then we find out what he really wanted to do is be a teenage girl taking a shower. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really funny.
Yeah.
How I liked how the corporate lawyer or whatever he was.
Yeah.
I liked his performance, and then they cut to him and he's going,
oh yeah. Yeah. And I mean, they're just like they're very, it's cool. Like, and he's like, you want to have a girl? He's like, huh? 2 girls? Huh? So you want to have a guy? He's like, huh?
He actually did an incredible job in that small role. Yeah, I remembered it. Yeah.
I liked him. Yeah. Yeah.
You got a copy on Blu-ray. Wow.
Oh, that's awesome.
I would love. We watched a DVD, and I had to manipulate my TV
to not be
not be anamorphic.
Mine was doing that too.
It was because it wasn't formatted for widescreen TV. So like when you pop it on, it's like super widescreen, and I had to stretch my TV out to make it look not squished.
Yeah. What does the Blu-ray have on it? Does it have a lot of cool special features? That'd be cool.
You really love this movie. You're gonna get this
It
movie.
is.
I love that. I love that you love
fascinating to me.
That's great.
And I go, this is it is a fascinating. It's a movie because of where it goes at the end and what it says and how boldly it says it. I go, it's something where I'm like, this is crazy. And having seen it, I'm just very, very intrigued by it, and I'm impressed by its boldness in a lot of different ways.
Too.
But I also go like, this movie is a flop that we can't find at all.
Yeah, it's
and
weird.
Some of the other movies that exist that are hits in the 90s, I can't even remember. There was one that like was mentioned, and I was like, that movie's a piece of shit compared to this. It's
so weird how because Near Dark's a great movie too, and I just don't understand why those movies aren't available in this era, that you cannot find them to stream anywhere, and even the DVD and Blu-rays are like,
they're like $50.
Do you have a physical Blu-ray, or do you have a Blu-ray? Because I want to say that like I even was considering
I went on Amazon, but they're so expensive.
Yeah.
But then if you go to the used ones, they're cheap.
Okay.
That's what Amazon.
But it's not even like an American version, right? It's like a European version. It's like a region 1.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That sucks. It's a German disc. It was like $19.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
So one other thing that we have to talk about is the amazing voyeur one take of her escaping the warehouse, and then after the shooting and going past the train.
Which they did in reverse.
Which they did in reverse. And when I found that out, I was blown away because it works.
It's seamless.
So well, and it's so thrilling to watch that whole sequence of her escaping. I was like, this is phenomenal. That was honestly my favorite POV of the entire, even more than the intro. Because I loved how they kept it happened, and it's horrifying, and then she runs, and then when she looks back, she sees like there's a spotlight through a gate, and she just sees the silhouette of the guys like running past, like almost like scurrying past. It was creepy.
And the dude had to
keeps going,
swing around and get that.
And then she keeps going, and then she gets past the train, which is, I'm like, how the fuck did they do that?
And the cameraman's in bare feet? Because it looks down her feet, and it's her bare feet, and I'm like,
well, there must have been there had to have been a split where they start the shot with him on the ground, and then they reversed it and they go past the train, and that's all one sequence, which is unbelievable to me because it looks, I never would have assumed that.
Yeah.
Ever.
A lot of times you can go, well,
and then she gets up after she falls down, and then you see her feet. So that must have been another take.
It's crazy.
But it's so beautiful.
So many times when you go, it's a reverse shot. It's so quick, or it's obvious. Mm-hmm. But that, I mean, it's crazy. And I mean, maybe the darkness helped. I don't know. I mean, like there's, it's crazy.
But I loved how she just kept looking back at the cops, and it really was very scary.
Yeah,
like it was scary.
Yeah.
And we were talking about like what scares us and stuff, and how we more just get thrilled by scary movies and stuff. Like things don't genuinely horrify, but like stuff like that, I don't know why, but that gets under my skin.
Yeah,
where you see it from just a different angle, where it's not like a big push in on a cop like approaching or
Yeah.
anything. It's just kind of in the distance. That's very terrifying to me.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Buster Keaton style. Yeah. We should do Buster Keaton.
Yeah, man.
Ugh, that is so. He was a.
That looks like that's
He
not
wa-
rear projection.
I was really into silent movies for like a year, and I watched all of Chaplin's stuff, and I was way into Chaplin, and in terms of heart, like his movies are classics, and that's why they last as long as they have. But then I got turned on to Buster Keaton, and when I watched The General, I was like, holy Moses. Have you seen The General?
I'm not.
We should do like a silent movie month and do like City
Harold
Lights.
Lloyd. And...
Yeah, we should do like, or The Kid with Chaplin.
Well, I mean, we should just do Chaplin, and then we should do Buster Keaton. I mean, yeah.
Because The Gold Rush, that's my favorite.
I think I saw The Gold Rush. I can't remember which one I saw.
Gold Rush has where he's locked in a cabin and the
at
cabin
the top
falls off the mountain. It's great.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many weird things. There's the guy who's it's like the guy who's rapping on the TV, and he goes and he's like, "You love the red, white, and blue," and I go, "Yeah," and he goes, "But you hate the black, black, black," and I was like, that's weird. I mean, like I was like, that didn't quite have the ring to it. But then he says, "And you try to make me think I did this to myself when the drugs I smoke and the guns I tote both came from your shelf," and I was like, that's a good line. But I was like, the first one I was like, I didn't quite have the catchiness.
What would you have said?
I don't know.
Okay, then why don't you shut the
Okay, I will. Just the I don't know. Oh yeah, then yeah. So Sizemore has, and he sits down. And he goes, Bobby, and then he goes,
yeah, that's great.
and then he goes, best vice cop to ever get thrown off the force. And I go, thanks. And then he goes, blah 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 blah. And he goes, you were lucky. And he goes, yeah, so lucky. I ended up with a 22 short floating in my brain pan and a cop pension I can't live off of. Oh, you know all this.
Oh, I didn't. I think I checked out because the second he was like the best vice cop, I was like, okay, here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I think I tuned out a lot.
Yeah.
Just because like some of the writing was so. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and but it's like, and I go, because I always talk about how good the 90s were, and I go, but they let some stuff slide like that in bigger movies. They still do. They
do all the time.
Yeah.
And like I roll my eyes, but I also love it. I love it, but with a movie like this, I'm
like, I'm bored.
But with this movie, I'm urging it with the subject matter that it goes into. It then becomes, I'm like, oh, now I don't want it to be silly anymore.
Yeah,
I want you to nail it.
Yeah,
and so it actually makes me not like be able to enjoy the cheesy stuff that I love, and that's why I love 90s movies, because I'm like, that they got away with that.
Yeah, and there's stuff in this movie. So like so Ralph Fiennes, I love Ralph Fiennes. We know this. I love Ralph Fiennes. Everyone should love Ralph Fiennes. Mm-hmm. And there are parts of this movie that I'm just like, yeah. But then there are parts where I'm like, he is saddled with not only an American accent, but then there are like 4 or 5 parts throughout the movie, scattered throughout the movie, where I'm like, I'm already on board with his performance, and then they make him say something like, he's like, they jerked my wheels, and I go, not in a million years, you would never say that.
Stop jerking my wheels.
Yeah, he's like when they stole his car, it's like they jerked my wheels. Yeah. And it's the combination.
There was a couple of those.
It's the combination of his putting on an accent and then affecting like kind of a street tough persona, which I'm like, not really. And then because what he nails is the like frazzled. He nails the comedy of it. Yeah. Which I didn't even realize was going to be there.
Yeah, he nails like the buffoonery of it.
Yeah, and he just is. He's so funny and he's just a good guy, and he's just very kind, and he's got all that. So, but he's fighting uphill because of the accent, which like is all right. Then the street, but then they also go they like be a tough guy, and then they saddle him with like 90s speculative future lingo.
Yeah,
which
that's the
sounds
worst
shitty coming out of anyone's mouth.
What does he say when he finds the guy that he's with at the beginning of the movie, and he's melted his brain, and he's in the van?
Oh.
He goes and checks on him.
Yeah,
and there's a term.
They wire fried him. They jackholed him. They hold his cortex.
What did he say?
They burned his. They brained his. Yeah.
It was a great line, and it was another one of those. They jacked my car or whatever that he said.
Jerked my wheels.
Yeah, they jerked my wheels, and I was just like, oh, that's just.
Oh, they cooked him off.
Yeah, they cooked him off.
And I go,
And I'm like, no, they didn't.
yeah. It's not what they did, man. I don't care what they did. They did not do
He's
that.
fine.
They runny egged
They
him.
runny egged him.
Yeah, and then Sizemore goes, I got a jam. And I go, did you just watch Point Break? Did you just watch Point Break? You must have.
Whoa!
Yeah. Because he says that. Oh, the other thing is, he gets in the car with her, and she drives, and she goes, driving Mr. Lenny. And I go, are you...
Oh, yeah.
You made a Driving Miss Daisy reference? That's weird.
Which was only made like 2 years prior to this movie. That's like 92, right?
Driving Miss Daisy's like 88.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But clearly they're still talking about it in, I guess, 1999.
Well, it won Best Picture.
Yeah, sure. Bruce Beresford.
It was Best Picture, and it's a black woman driving a car. So they
Yeah.
are like, of course we're gonna make that joke.
But they
I'm
go,
like, you really should.
They go. Here's the sensitive subtle entree into our race relations commentary. We're gonna let you know we're gonna talk about
I'm just
it.
like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, there is a lot to admire about this movie, but to ignore that joke and like, it'd be like, there's conflicting like.
It's just
like,
such a weird.
Just give it another 2 passes in a draft. Like, have
Yeah.
another screenwriter take a crack at it to just like boil down what you want your movie to be.
I love that Cameron, like take Jay Cox, who's like, like Scorsese's screenwriter, and is like,
Is he?
Yeah, he wrote like what did he write? Age of Innocence and
Oh, wow.
and
Love that movie.
I know.
That's like one of my favorites.
And Jay Cox goes, cool, you're going to do a dialogue polish on my shit, James Cameron? Can't wait to see it. And then he goes, oh, they cooked him off. Oh, driving Mr. Lenny. And he's like, cool. Guess, glad you polished it up. Man. Definitely needs to polish. Yeah. But I like, honestly, what's weird is like the it's weird that it's an odd thing to joke. She's just like, I'm a black person and I'm driving you and you're white. Weird. Like that's a weird joke to make.
Yeah.
But really, what stuck in my craw is I was like, you just took me way the fuck out of this movie.
Yeah.
That takes place in the future.
It's
because everything's been techno
Yeah.
something, and then they make a Driving Miss Daisy
Yeah.
reference.
It's not.
It's the kind of movie where if there was a baseball team, okay, never mind. Never mind because they say the Los Angeles Rams. But it's the kind of movie where the world if they mention the sports team,
it was weird
be,
that they did that too.
Yeah,
it was weird. Like those little things, I'm like, you're breaking your like own fourth wall.
I mean, I get I didn't mind that because it sort of grounded it, but this grounded it in such a weird way. Where
I mean,
it's
they very clearly established that it's L.A.
Yeah,
like they very clear and like that's
they go like La Cienega. Oh, Driving Miss Daisy.
Yeah. Yeah,
what did you have in mind? Yeah, that. Oh man, the other thing I didn't realize until you just mentioned that I was like, there are things that I have pet peeves of in movies. One is tough kids who lead gangs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
I have several others. Hanging up without saying goodbye.
Yeah,
but that's just. I have a number of others that I'd love to get into, but one of them is answering machine messages. Just outgoing answering machine messages. Where they go, okay, you're trying to show me this guy, like they show his answering machine, and I go, you've already tried to establish that this guy's cool, and you're kind of winning me over. Don't make him leave a douchey. I need to hear his answering machine now. Don't make it a douchey. It's like, hey, you know what to do, or hey, I'm something, and if you blah blah blah, he's like,
it's the drill.
Yeah, you know the drill. Something. It's just, I'm not here, and if it's you, and sometimes they go even more wordy, and I go, shut up, you just lost 15 minutes of cool time. Yeah. You're just not. I don't know. It just. Oh my gosh.
I like. You know what my favorite one is? Do you watch Seinfeld?
Yeah. Yes, I have seen Seinfeld.
Believe it or not, George isn't at home. Please leave a message at the beep. I'm not at home. Where could I be? Or I'm not at home.
Where could I be?
Or else I'd pick up the phone. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not at home.
That's pretty good.
It's great.
I haven't seen that one.
It's great because he's screening calls, and so he puts it on there, and so he's sitting next to his answering machine as like a girl's trying to get a hold of him that he didn't want to talk to, and he's just gonna go and he's like eating popcorn, and he's like, where could I?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like. I like when there's some nice lines where he goes, and this I gotta believe this is Jay Cox line. Sorry, not to whatever.
What else has Jay Cox written? You can't just casually mention Jay Cox.
Jay Cox.
Like it's a classic Jay Cox line.
Super Cox line. You can feel the Cox in that line.
I'll look it up. You talk.
Okay, cool. I like when Sizemore reveals that he's been tailing Juliette Lewis, and he goes, "Hey," and he goes,
Yeah!
and he goes, it's a questionable move given the historical perspective. And I was like, that's a good.
But it was so weird to me how that scene ended.
And then he turns.
He's just like, well, you got a really nice job now. That's great. And I thought he was being sarcastic.
Yeah, that was weird.
But he
then
meant
he goes,
it.
Then he goes, watch it for me, okay? And go,
Yeah.
And I go,
It was
what happened?
bizarre.
What just happened?
Jay Cox wrote Silence.
Oh, nice.
Have you seen that?
Yes. It's a good movie.
What'd you think?
It's a good movie.
I really loved it.
Yeah. I was like, oh, he wrote Strange Days.
Oh my goodness.
He wrote The Lovely.
Silence, The Lovely, Gangs of New York,
Gangs of New York.
Stranger Days, Age of Innocence, Made in Milan.
Have you ever checked in? Have you ever wire tripped? Oh my gosh. My goodness. There was a Puerto Rican flag in his apartment for some reason. He checks the wrong side of his neck after he that bothered me. Stuff like that doesn't usually bother me, but like when he's sitting here.
See who's in the reflection though.
But still.
That was the right side. Cause he.
All right, Cox. You got me this time. I don't know. I love it. They did this very interesting. This thing where they not interesting. They just keep flashing back to people saying lines, which movies choose to do sometimes.
Yeah.
And they go, and they cut back to the horrifically tense murder that's at the center of all this, and they go, and it's just something like where it's like it's that cop, blah blah blah, and there was a conflict or something, and they cut back to him going, "You want to rake the LAPD over a cheese grater," and then cut back, and I go, "That's the line in that whole scene that you wanted to cut back to."
Cheese grater,
yeah, I was like, wait a second, that was weird when he said it, and I was like, moving on. The rest of this is incredibly tense.
Cameron was like, all right, it's pretty good, Kathryn, but you're gonna definitely want to hit that cheese grater line one more time.
Yeah, and if you can, try to sneak into Driving Mr. Lenny again. Just like have her say it again, because it's really gold.
It'd be like a running bit.
Super funny.
Running bit that they do.
Oh,
what is she doing down there?
I don't know. Maybe it's time for this is life for. Yeah.
No matter who's saying it, whenever they use wire trip lingo, it sounds like John Connor and T2. Yeah.
Hasta la vista.
Easy money.
Yeah. Oh, that was it's a Cameron thing because that wasn't even
sure,
that one wasn't even the
Cameron
future. And I go, have you ever spoken to a teenage child, James Cameron? No one says hasta la vista, baby. No one says if you really want to cheese them off, you say. I mean, like what? No, none of that.
And then I'm James Cameron. I disagree with your assessment.
Okay, man. Okay. Hasta la vista, baby. No one.
I'm trying to think of what are other T2 lines?
He goes, dickhead? Did you call moi a dickhead? Gosh. That's the Crow 2 right there. That's the Crow 2. Fichtner looking pretty T-1000. Yeah, I was like, Cameron wrote this, but apparently, I don't know how much of, because she put the social stuff in, like they after through the conversation, but it's like, Fichtner, there's a shot of Fichtner where I go, that's the T-1000. Like he just looks like Robert Patrick in the uniform.
It is really weird.
And I go, does Cameron have a thing against police officers? It's interesting.
Fichtner is Fichtner at this point. Like he's done stuff.
Yeah.
It is very odd to me that he has 0 lines in this movie until 2 seconds before he blows his head off.
What does he say?
He's like, it's not like a good line.
Yeah.
He's just like, I'm not about to cheese grate my own head. And he does.
You guys seen Driving Miss
He's
Daisy?
like, no, I love you.
Yeah. Oh, I do like. Yeah, she said if you pawn this tape, you mean nothing to me. I like the line. She goes. These are
He
you.
says D'Onofrio's name. Does he really? No, he doesn't. I really hope. I know you're joking, but no. What does he say?
He's calling.
What's the
Oh.
What is everything that he says?
Oh, it's because he sees her or something, right? He's calling him over. Is that?
But he pulls the gun off the arresting officer. He's like, "Get the fuck back! Get the fuck back!"
Hmm.
Is that all he says? Is just get the fuck back?
Steckler.
Steckler.
Yeah. Oh, I love
Steckler.
There's another all that stuff that's rife with that whole
Steckler.
Yeah, that whole part that's rife with all the like, you know, she's beating up the cop and it's like the cops, both of them, and it's kind of like this sort of cathartic thing, culturally, not necessarily for her, but also like, you know, in general, like
yeah, that was a bold ass move when they killed those cops. I was just like,
but then
it was almost Tarantino-esque in like he does the revisionist history type stuff.
Yeah,
like they were recreating that to give like it's a ballsy move.
Yeah, but then I also love the thing where she's got him and then and then she pulls this taser and she tases him, which is like something that, you know, would have been used on protest. I just that's, to me, that was sort of pointed where she like tases a cop. It's like,
for sure.
That's you know.
I really want to know, like, because they shot this in L.A.
Yeah.
And they had the L.A. police force.
Yeah.
In the movie.
And they also had the L.A. police force
in the movie. Like secure the air, yeah.
Because they had this gigantic 10,000 person whatever, and they're like, "What's the movie about?" And they're like, "No, whatever."
Yeah, because they end the movie by killing two racist police officers.
Yeah. But then the commissioner's a good dude.
Yeah,
and like
which was a good. She talked about that. She said it was important for her.
She did
to balance it.
Okay, that's
like
good.
she felt like she had to.
Because
was the right call, because not all cops are like that.
Right, obviously, yeah. And that's not, yeah. I mean, my zeal for the message of this movie doesn't mean I don't have respect for police officers. Obviously, like, okay, all right, man. Because I think it's an incredibly hard job, and some people. Yes. I mean, it's a job I can't even imagine. It's similar to going to war for me, you know, where I'm just like, that's a world I don't even understand. Yeah. And I cannot imagine that level of stress every second of the day. Yeah. And you don't know what's going to happen when you open the door. I mean, that's just horrific. Also, some people do that job and abuse it horrifically. So, you know, it's just so I'll just jump into the last thing that I was kind of like, is this real or not? And I just don't. There's this thing, where, and at this point, it's that final corridor of plot in the movie where it's like she's whatever, and is she gonna die? Because I thought he comes and she hugs him or whatever, and I was like, is she gonna get shot? If she gets shot, I'm gonna out of this movie. I'm done.
That would have been.
Because that's awful.
That too, and I was like, if you fucking shoot her, I'm gonna. Yeah.
But so she's hugging him, and she's got this pattern of blood on her forehead that looks distinctly to me like a crown of thorns. And I was like, what's happening? And I was like, is she going to get shot? And then I go, Rafe finds. There's several things. And I go, and earlier in the movie, I noticed in that scene with Juliette Lewis, there's a cross on the wall. And I was like, who's Catholic? He's Catholic? Or whatever? That doesn't, or is that an Airbnb? Later in his apartment, there's another cross on the wall. And I go, he's Catholic? Why is he Catholic? That doesn't fit with any of this.
Are you saying that there was blood on his forehead that looks like a crown?
Hers.
Okay.
So this is where it's all very convoluted. Earlier in the movie also. Because then I go, boom, and I go, well, he looks a lot like Jesus. Mm-hmm. And I go, what?
Did he get shot?
So he gets shot, and I go, he's dead. He's Jesus. Why does she have the crown of thorns? He gets shot and then inexplicably is fine. So he comes back to life.
So he did. I got confused in all that because I thought he got shot, but then he was fine.
Lobo at a Catholic school flashback. I will admit that anytime that like there's but listen to the amount of things like that.
I don't think he got shot. I don't remember that.
You don't think
I remember him.
He just falls out of
I remember
exhaustion?
thinking he's gonna get shot, and he pulls over, but then he doesn't.
Well, what happens is it's there, and then like D'Onofrio's like and then he's getting shot, and there's a hail of gunfire sound wise. There's a blanket of gunfire sound, and he's like blah blah blah, and then but he does get shot. He's got blood on he gets shot. He's got blood all the way.
Okay.
Grazing shot maybe. Then he falls, and then he's fine.
Okay.
But it looked like it penetrated, and then like I go,
he got stabbed in the back.
That's true. That's true.
That's what it is.
But it looked like
Yeah, he got stabbed in the back. So maybe he fell and it was from he got stabbed in the back. And
but what I'm
okay,
but what I'm saying is they're not. It's not a total. She knows what she's doing, and you're meant to at least think he got shot.
Yeah.
Or potentially.
Yeah.
And then but so why does he fall? He's just exhausted?
I would need to watch it again. I can't remember.
Because he's hugging her, and there's this big whatever, and he just falls, and then whatever, and closes. His eyes are closed, and she goes, Lenny, and goes down, and then
maybe he thought he got shot and that he was dead.
But that wasn't the reaction. That was weird. It was weird. They make it look like he might have gotten shot, and maybe that's all it is. But then she goes down to him, and he opens his eyes and is like, and he goes, "What's going on?"
Are you saying that you think
I'm not, but what I'm saying is the way that scene plays out, it's like he dies and then it's like he dies and comes back to life. Earlier in the movie, and this didn't stick out until I accidentally rewatched it, but he goes, they go, take it to the cops, and he goes, I can't, they'll crucify me, which weirdly stuck out. I was like, what does that mean? The cops will crucify you? You don't get crucified by cops. You get crucified by the media. What are you talking about? Then later, Tom Sizemore goes, yeah, get religion, man. Like he goes, what are we doing? And he says, twice he says, Jesus. Once he goes, yeah, it's the second most common word that people say before they die. The first is shit. Earlier he goes, exactly, get religion, man. It's this weird bunch of shit where I go, and I'm trying to think if there's any. Oh, and then as we're going out, as the camera's going out, the song that they're playing, and I only know this because I had the subtitles on. The lyrics of the song are, they're selling Jesus. They're selling Jesus. They're trying, and it's like an anti-establishment kind of thing where it's talking about they're selling it. But it's like, but I go, but all of these things together, and I go, is there a Christ metaphor here that I'm not? And he falls down. We think he's dead, and then he's not dead, and he wakes up. It's like, and it's like this thing that has, it's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things. I'm not losing it.
This is why, because if that is true, this is why I'm like, there's a lot of good intention with this movie that I admire. But I don't. Paranoia is just reality on a fire scale.
I'm just saying. Look at the. Did you see? Okay,
let me find this because I think
you can also see the.
I need to know if he got shot. That'll make me know whether or not this is.
Well, whether he got shot or not, what I'm saying is the way they play it out.
Yeah,
it looks like he got shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to.
But then you got to look at the blood pattern on her forehead, which is prominently featured, and is so weird, and so specifically like a crown of thorns. There's so many things.
Yeah, that's so wild.
And I go, what? But it is not even clear, because then you go like, well, are they making a Christ metaphor? And who about? And why isn't it completed? It just seems like a lot of coincidences.
And it seems like, I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Like, why do that?
Because it doesn't really fit.
It doesn't fit, which is why I'm just like, I feel like there's a lot of good intention. And I'm like, but I don't think this all works together. I'm not even sure they knew what they, like.
Strange Days Christ metaphor has 7 results on Google. All right. It's a thing people say, yes. It is, but I'm saying, and then why those crosses? Why do they go?
I didn't see any crosses.
There are crosses on his wall.
I'm sure there are. Yeah.
There's a cross on the wall in the POV with Jennifer with Juliette Lewis, and I remember going, is that his? Is that hers? Is that a house that they are in that doesn't belong to them? And then to erase the ambiguity, it's in his apartment later on the wall. A different one. And I go, okay, I have no indication this guy's religious in any way.
So they're really like going for that white savior thing.
Yeah, I guess.
Which clashes with the entire movie.
Yeah, like I just.
Lowbrow at any point did the DVD player start bleeding.
Funny, but I'm just it's confusing to me because I
want that to not be true.
I know
because it's gonna really take this movie down a peg.
Because if it does,
because it means you didn't understand your own movie that you were making and how that clashes with the very sensitive, intense subject matter you were dealing with in the second half of the movie. And it makes me question the rape thing more, and because it seems like it's more,
it just seems unfinished and not even
it's just
not focused.
Exactly.
And I go, what?
Exactly. It's like, this will be cool, and I'm like, that's just. Ugh.
Are you saying? But hold on, Strange Days. You saying 7 results is not many?
Someone take a screenshot. Can you take a screenshot and then like upload it to the web and then post it in here of what her head looked like?
Yeah.
I know that's asking for a lot.
Wait, what did the... You 100% did not notice any religious stuff until I started pointing it out. But it's there, right? And it's... Get religion can be a throwaway. They're going to crucify me can definitely be a throwaway, but it seemed weird because when you talk about someone, I mean that's possible. That's possible. But there are a couple other things. They're selling Jesus, could be anything, but he seems to come to life, and there seems to be no reason or no explanation for why that happens. And it's in that exact same scene that she seems to have a crown of thorns. And it's very crazy. It's just
randomly kind of on YouTube. It's like sped up.
It's also like in Italian.
Yeah.
Did you flip it? Is it bigger?
No. But it's cut in a way that it really makes you think that he did.
Yeah.
But he didn't. And now see him fall. But because of the blood, you think he did.
But you can't see. Did you see her forehead?
Holy shit.
It's this line with these things coming out of it. It's crazy. And then he's fine. It's weird. It's very strange.
Yeah, why did he fall down? He was just overwhelmed.
I guess
it's an odd choice, but he was just overwhelmed. That's very clear. Yeah, that's a crown of blood.
Yeah,
like Christ thorn style.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know what to do with that. Oh, here we go.
That's the one that makes me that is what made me, because I was like, what is that? What is that? And then I go, he looks like Jesus, and then I started remembering things, and then that one looks less like it, honestly. But I think it continues on the other side.
Yeah, but
and there's not even an explanation for what.
Yeah. Well, she got beat up,
but why that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could all be coincidence.
Yeah, it could. I mean, it's not as gratuitous. And if you're telling me that there's subtle Catholic things in the background, then okay.
There are things,
but not that's you could just say that's a cut on her head. But I don't think so. I think it's probably intentional. But they're like, we'll leave this here.
I feel like,
but it's weird to me that
I feel like a filmmaker who is dealing in appearance and reality, but also dealing in symbols and dealing in whatever, because this is a reference to Rodney King. This is this and this is this. I feel like the moment you go, because to me it looks like a crown of thorns, and Ken said he noticed it too, and then you're like, it looks like a crown of thorns. To me it does, and I think she as a filmmaker goes, that looks like a crown of thorns. It's going to muddle the message. Change it. You know what I mean? I think someone has to. Oh, that's different. It's really when he's hugging her.
I think it's absolutely intentional.
Yeah.
And I think you could argue it either way, but I think it's intentional.
Yeah.
And I think they just like, but don't make it like too thorny.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think you're right.
It's interesting.
I think you're right if like, and I believe you, if all that other stuff is true.
What would a crown of well, then that they're both, because like at that moment it's like
her Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And the new Jesus of the new millennium.
Well, and at that moment, at the exact moment that is clearest, when he's hugging her or whatever, he's about to shoot them, and they're about to both. One of them is about to sacrifice themselves for this whole thing. And he was about to sacrifice himself for someone who's quote unquote unworthy. I don't know. I mean, there's this whole thing.
For her, it would be she was you know, she carried the cross, and like the her being crucified is the Rodney King beating that she experiences.
Yeah, maybe. And
I don't know. This is all.
I know.
This doesn't,
I know.
like.
I don't.
Even if this is true, it doesn't. I don't like it. I think. Yeah. I don't think it works.
Yeah. It just.
I think it's a bunch of. If it is true, it's a bunch of gobbledygook.
And what gets me in these situations, what I stick on is
how is she Jesus?
When you go, it's like
how?
I don't know if it's meant to look like it, but it does kind of look like it. I get that. And what makes me go, is that when something looks enough like that, a director goes, oh, no, we got to change that.
Yeah.
Because that's purposeful. They didn't really hit her in the head and she didn't have that blood pattern. They put blood on her in a specific way. And then it's, I don't know. It doesn't fit the vibe of the film in the least. I agree, which is why I'm kind of like, but it's supportable. If it's supportable, it's sort of, makes me wonder why they'd bother to do that. I agree. And I think it's, the arguments against her that it's unclear and it wouldn't quite make sense. It wouldn't really make sense to do that unless they're just kind of going like, look, at this moment they're about to sacrifice themselves and he looks like Jesus and she's got this.
To see how layered in the rest of the imagery is, because I could argue that that's just a cut on her head. But if all that other stuff is really peppered in,
I mean, it is.
Well, I mean, I agree that,
but
I don't disagree with you, but I would want to see exactly how, and if there's more stuff to see if that's really intentional, because that seems just misguided.
It does.
It seems like they're throwing in a metaphor for the sake of throwing in a metaphor.
Yeah, and it's misguided in the sense for me because it's not clear to what end they're doing that, and if they are doing that, and all those things are in there, but a lot of them are circumstantial. Mm-hmm. I don't know why there's a cross on his wall twice. Mm-hmm. Once in that flashback, and then a second time to make sure we know that it is his house. Mm-hmm. It's weird.
And the crucify line and the religion line.
And the crucify line, you can like it could be a thing. The religion line,
as a writer, yeah, you say that you don't write lines like that. I mean, you could,
yeah, but
I mean, every word, no matter how innocuous, when you're writing, you think about everything that they're gonna say.
Yeah.
So it could be.
It's the crucify line. It's the get religion line. It's to a lesser extent his mention of the name, but this which looks specifically like a crown of thorns at the time when she's about to be sacrificed, or he maybe gets shot, falls down, seems to die, and comes immediately back to life. And two crosses. And it's a bunch of stuff that could all be circumstantial, but then I go, if all of that is by accident, that's crazy. That's very interesting. And the one thing that cannot be an accident is the crosses on the walls. Mm-hmm. It's not yeah. Wait, why do you hate this? Why do you hate this? I'm not saying I want it to be true. I'm saying, like, do you disagree? That's fine. Why do you hate this? I don't understand.
He's not going to talk anymore. He's just like, I hate this.
Yeah.
Stupid.
This isn't good. You don't like that I've observed this? You don't like it because you don't like this. You don't like it because you're having to consider that it might be? I don't understand. Or you don't like that they maybe did that?
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No. It's not for me. Fuck off. All right, man. All right, dude. Okay.
That's great. Oh, shit. Love that.
And then the other thing.
It's not for me. I don't like it. It's not good.
Okay, I guess that's the end of it.
Okay.
This is good though. Let's see. Why? I don't get what's going on. You just saying he's handsome? Oh, okay. Yeah. Because all of this can be
handsome.
circumstantial, and this could be overlooked or by accident. But there are crucifixes on his, and I go, why? Because that character is not religious at all.
Maybe they're trying to say how God is, like they're trying to grasp at God, and in this apocalyptic, at the end of the.
Sorry.
You see, when someone asked Cameron this is how he responded. He's like, it's the end of the world, and there's God there, and then he said, this isn't good. This is not for me.
Okay. Anyway, it was a thing that I
hate this.
That was interesting to me and perplexing to me.
Yes,
and I thought I would bring it up.
I don't know why you're focusing so much on it.
Because it's unacceptable that I'm bringing it up for some reason.
No, it's not.
No, I know. I know. Catch the Kathryn Bigelow.
No, why are you getting defensive? We're all having a good time here.
I'm not having a good time.
Why?
I feel like I'm being attacked for having an idea.
No, you're not.
I am. They made this face. Cuts to Kathryn Bigelow cussing. Wait, what? You're just screenshotting and sending, man. I dig it.
That needs to be the DVD cover. Ray fights. Strange days.
Here's the other thing. Here's then the last thing. Nanny Lero.
Oh, yep.
Oh, also,
Yep.
the girl's name is Faith.
Yeah. Yeah, see?
And
That's
he's
weird.
searching for
and
it.
that was intentional.
And he's going
I noticed
after
that
her.
from the beginning. I was just like, why is she named
It's
Faith? Why is the white woman named Faith?
Yeah.
Who ends up being a piece of shit. But he loses faith.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get it back.
So
Constantly.
he loses
and he looks
faith
like Jesus.
and he gets it back through.
And he has a crucifix on
and
his
gains
wall.
peace.
And gains peace. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think that you're right, and I also think that they thought about it for 5 seconds, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll throw this in. This will be great."
But
little religious allegories all peppered throughout.
Yeah.
Little religious symbolism, and they're like,
I mean, end
they're like,
times, Armageddon.
Cops, you got a lot going on in the script already. He's like, let me ask what my boy Jim Cameron thinks. And Jim likes it.
Jim goes, is there a Driving Miss Daisy joke in there? And they go,
that's still in there.
They
though,
go,
right?
what is a Driving Miss Daisy joke? And he goes, I got you. Lose faith literally, cuts ties literally. Yeah. The other girl's name is Iris, right?
What does that mean?
It's part of your eye.
Yeah.
And everything is about seeing
Yeah.
in the eye. The movie starts with a big eye.
This movie's falling apart for me real quick.
Maybe Zack Snyder. Anyway, and then here's the last satisfying part of this movie that I
Did you know what Lenny's name is in Greek? It's Jesus.
And then we've got this thing, and he goes, and he sets it, and she gets into the this is like the Da Vinci Code reading. So she gets in the car, and he is like, bye, and then walks across this gigantic sea of New Year's revelers, midnight having struck. And then you kind of go like, oh yeah, New Year's. And I go, oh, they didn't kiss. They didn't get a New Year's kiss. And I go, well, that wouldn't. Yeah, well, you didn't want that, whatever. And then it's not even at the, and then he goes back across, pulls her out, and they do it. And I was like, I was really happy that it happened. Earlier,
that was nice.
Earlier, I didn't buy into the relationship, but after they kept forcing me to, I was like, all right.
I still don't.
And I like her.
I don't buy it on his end.
I like her and I like him, and I go, like, I like them individually. I don't really get the romantic chemistry there. I don't know why she likes him at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I go, she likes him. I don't know why she's like, this is a life partner for me.
Yeah.
But it was satisfying. That kiss was satisfying, and I was like,
it was satisfying, I guess, on a narrative level. But if you pick that apart for half a second, it's like, well, he just found out that the woman that he deeply is madly and will always be in love with, is a piece of shit garbage human. And so he went downstairs and he found the next best thing. Like, that's what he did. He's like, you're my second choice, but it's cool. He's like, you look good in that dress.
Yeah. I guess that's it.
Why are you so down all of a sudden? I feel like you feel personally attacked for us making fun of the Catholic metaphor stuff that I'm not even saying is or is not in there, but even if it is, it's still dumb.
Yeah.
It's really dumb, and I think you're agreeing with that too.
Yeah. Well, I thought
so.
I feel like I was being attacked for thinking it.
No.
And I'm like, I observed it, and it's there.
Yeah.
All right. No, we're good.
I've seen that happen in a lot of movies where they just try to spice it up, like make it look more intellectual than it really is. Mm-hmm. They're just like, throwing a little cross in there.
Yeah, and I
praying.
I will also that happens to me with weird movies, like all like there's what is the movie with Will Smith and I Am Legend, and there's this thing where. And it's always like a confluence of it's like one or two or three things, and I go, wait, what? And like right at the end, he's going and like the gates look like heavenly or for some reason. I was like, wait, what? And then I go, oh, and the thing is in his blood or something, and he's going in, and I go, is this a Christ thing? Are you doing a Christ thing? There was like a bonkers thing moment where I was like, are you doing a Christ metaphor in this movie? That's crazy. Yeah. But that movie fell apart for me because I was like, I was really into that. Like I
loved that movie until the zombie showed up.
Well, I loved it until someone else showed up because I was like, oh man, I'm fascinated to see how you're gonna do a whole movie with this guy literally by himself.
And they're like,
that's
oh,
amazing. And then they go, but we're not going to. And I go, you promised that.
Yeah.
You said that.
Who else shows up in that movie?
Maria Braga.
Like a love interest?
I don't think they quite go there, but then he's like, she's got like a little boy or something. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What sucks most about that movie is that I've seen, like, you can find them on YouTube, like makeup tests for what the vampires were originally going to look like, all through real Rick Baker prosthetics, and it looks stunning, like truly amazing and horrifying.
Yeah.
And Francis Lawrence, the director, really fought for it, but he got it was such a huge movie.
Oh, that sucks.
that the studio was like, it has to be CG. Sorry.
Because of money?
No, because they were like, we want it to be CG. Like, it needs to look like that. Yeah, same thing happened with Del Toro's Wolfman. Yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite music video director, and just a fantastic director in his own right, Mark Romanek. He worked on Wolfman for 2 years, got it all the way to like a month before shooting, or no, probably not that, but he worked on it for 2 years, and he walked away from it because of that reason, because they weren't going to let him make it the way he wanted to make it.
Sucks, man. All right, my head hurts. I'm tired.
Okay. I hope that didn't like totally like.
No, we're good.
Why?
We're good. We're good.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
We all love the theory.
I know.
It's an interesting theory.
Okay.
It's dumb as fuck because I think it's true.
Yeah.
But like, yeah.
Yeah. Next week we're doing Hurt Locker. Here's the other thing.
Let me look at this Weight of Water movie real quick.
Yeah, I want to watch Weight of Water, but I really want to watch Detroit. I want to watch Detroit and Hurt Locker, because part of it is that like I've already seen
both of them.
Yeah. But you want to do Weight of Water, and I'm interested.
I don't think we can do that just because I think those are two big movies that need to be unpacked. We can't. So I'll do Detroit. I'm down for Detroit. I've never seen it.
Point. I mean,
if we do Detroit, we need to do Detroit.
Yeah, that's a good point. Justice League would be more
I think it would be a
insightful for-
really nice parallel now that we've seen this one. And I think we've all seen Hurt Locker. We all know it's a good movie. I think there's a lot to dissect there, but if neither one of us has seen Detroit, let's do it.
Yeah, I just feel like to not cap off with the. I know I want to do Detroit. Hurt Locker is amazing. Hurt Locker is freaking great.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
But this could be a really cool parallel
To this.
I
know.
And neither one of us have seen it.
I know.
I said Detroit.
I know.
I'm saying it in front of all you guys. So
I know.
if we end up doing Hurt Locker, it goes to me.
But I just feel like we can't, because we're doing not a retrospective, but like an overview.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to do both.
We can't.
You're saying because of the enormity of both of them?
Yeah. Like truly. It's gonna skimp on both of them. Yeah. Then I'd just be like, well, why don't we just do all three and just like keep going?
Yeah.
We can't. It's gonna cut into.
Let's watch Blue Steel.
It's gonna cut into our next month.
Let's watch Blue Steel, Weight of Water. I really want to see everything she's ever done because everything that she has done has been increasingly more fascinating to me.
Agreed.
I honestly like. Now we're talking about how she bridged and like went over to serious movies and hit her stride or whatever. I miss this. I want to see more bonkers shit that says something, as opposed to like her going, "Okay, Strange Days tanked. I got to come back."
Yeah, I really want to see Weight of Water. So I think.
That's okay. I'm like, I think I interpreted it as like, I thought you were pissed at me for talking about it. You just were like, I don't like the idea that it's in the movie.
He was joking.
Yeah, I know.
He's a funny man.
All right. He is a funny man. I like him a lot. This is not going to happen again. I'm totally reasonable and I'm really cool with stuff like that. The worst offender.
Just say we're doing Detroit. And
yeah, all right. Hey, man. Hey, listen. All right. We'll see. I like the idea of following this up with Detroit, but I just like, how do we not? Because Hurt Locker is like the pinnacle of her career, supposedly. But so Zero Dark 30 is really good.
But why? Like, why can't we just do Detroit? It would be nice to talk about in comparison to the one we've got here.
I know, but then we're not going to come back and do Hurt Locker.
We can if we've got enough to do another month.
We could do Detroit. We do, but we could. Well, because then we'd be like. I mean, we'd do Blue Steel, and I'd like to do her first one, The Loveless.
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, it's a biker movie, and it's got Willem Dafoe in it. It's awesome looking ish. She co-directed it with someone. What if we did Detroit? What if we did a? Oh gosh, that was well. I don't know. All right, we'll talk about it.
What do you? The worst offender was Matrix Revolutions
for religious imagery.
Oh boy, yeah.
Strange Days made 8 mil domestic. Yeah.
Dude, it tanked.
Hurt Locker is amazing. Hurt Locker is very good. Hurt Locker is very good.
Yeah, it really is good.
It's great, but it's just great and like. Not, like I don't want to say conventional because it isn't. It's a very, very incredibly well done movie. Jeremy Renner's great in it. It's a wonderfully directed film. But like it just doesn't have the weird that she has in these three movies.
No.
And I go, where's the weird? Bring back the weird.
Well, it's part of
miss
her.
The weird.
I mean, she shifted.
Yeah.
And I would say at least Hurt Locker and Zero Dark 30 are a part of her. Like we'll call it a military trilogy that I'm sure she's going to return to.
You think she's gonna do the third one?
Yes. In fact, I think that's what she's working on now.
I'm glad.
I think she found a style that's very effective for her. And
yeah.
But what I would love now is for her to go weird again.
Yeah.
With this new style that she has.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway.
It was a tragic ending to me after Hurt Locker. It was like, yeah, that's what makes it so beautiful.
Yeah.
That like it's tragic and
And it just
I mean, it is a
reinforces
tragic
the
ending.
cycle, and I mean,
it
it's
reinforces the cycle.
absolutely.
And
Just,
yeah,
it's great. It's really great, and it's
all right. We'll
just.
do Hurt Locker.
I know, but I really want to do Detroit too.
Well, we can't now.
Yeah, we can. We can do both.
We're not. We can't.
Farted.
I
farted. Farted. It's not the kind of story Beat usually get in mainstream.
He's got an IED in his butt.
Jeff hates that.
I don't like it.
All right, guys. We'll figure out what
We're
to do.
not doing 2 movies.
We're gonna do 4 movies. We're gonna do Blue Steel twice.
We can't talk about Hurt Locker in Detroit in one episode. It's not possible. It's not possible. Those are 2. Like, you gotta. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, and we're gonna unpack it. I don't know. Hey, something happened and everything closed. I don't know why.
Guys, I'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for being here, guys. I guess I'm just gonna. I can't figure out how to. Here, will someone tell me someone who's live? I can't seem to open another. Yeah. Hey, man. I feel like Bigelow. I feel like that really worked out nicely. I'm really glad that we got to dive into this stuff, and I got to rewatch Near Dark and see Point Break for the first time and see this for the first time.
This was a great month.
This is crazy. We're gonna do some crazy stuff coming up, which I'm excited for as well.
Are we gonna tell them what we're gonna do next month?
Yeah. Should we?
Yes.
All right, guys. Next month we talked about this, and it was 4:00 in the morning, but we decided next week, because inspired by Strange Days, perhaps. Definitely inspired.
Yeah.
We're going to do the internet as viewed through movies in the 90s.
Yeah, that's how you phrase
Like,
it, yeah.
what is the internet going to be? And we're going to do... Yeah, we're going to do... Did you say that before we even said that? We're going to do the net...
And by the way, guys,
Hackers.
The Net is one of the movies I wanted. The reason I wanted to do this stream in the first place.
I really feel like we spoke about that like
it was
immediately.
Night 1 when we
were
first
like,
talked
I
about
can't wait
this.
to
I
do
was
the
like,
Net.
wouldn't it be cool like to do the Net?
And we were like, okay,
I said that.
I know. We were like, and I and we were like, because we were talking because we were like, okay, we got to get through like The Godfather and The Exorcist, and French Connection, and all these movies, and then whatever. And then one day we'll be able to do the Net.
Yeah. So we're gonna do the Net.
Yeah.
We're gonna do Hackers. We're gonna do Virtuosity.
And then Lawnmower Man.
And then we're gonna end it with Lawnmower Man. Or we haven't worked out the order, but
yeah, we've not. Yeah, definitely.
So again,
gotta throw Lawnmower Man in there.
So again, the Net, Hackers, Virtuosity, Lawnmower Man.
It's gonna be so stupid and
It's
great.
gonna be awesome.
I've never seen Hackers. I've never
Hackers
seen Virtuosity.
Virtuosity is amazing.
The Net is.
I have never seen Lawnmower Man.
Super fun. Lawnmower Man is ridiculous. The night listened to
Hacker. I saw Hackers. My brother was
yeah.
obsessed with it in the 90s, and
I can't wait to see
because he wanted to be a hacker.
Yeah,
and he just thought that's how hackers really were. So I got to watch it a couple of times, and I'm so excited to revisit because I haven't seen it since I was a kid. Oh, it's gonna be great.
Wait, what changed your life? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh man. Oh my gosh.
Hackers.
I've always wanted to see Hackers. Oh my gosh.
It's gonna be.
And then we should just watch.
Fun month.
We should just watch that like 20-minute section in Jurassic Park where she's like, "I'm a hacker.
Yeah.
I know this. It's a Linux system. I can do this." And then she's just going through the
it's
3D
like phones, doors,
3D
lights?
buildings.
You name it, we got it.
Oh man.
Zero cool, crash and burn, baby.
Gosh, I don't even know. It's just so silly.
Or is it acid burn? Those are their code names.
Is his name Crash Override?
Crash Override. Isn't there one named Acid Burn? I can't remember. It's awesome. It's great.
So dumb. And great.
Yeah, so internet as viewed through 90s movies.
The Phantom
she's Acid
Freak
Burn,
and
right.
serial killer.
I'm pumped.
Freak.
What are we going to start with?
I don't know. Because do we start with the Net? Do we end with the Net? Do we start with Hackers? We can't start with Hackers. Hackers we have to build to.
Yeah.
Should we start with Lawnmower Man because it's inevitably going to be who knows what'll be the worst.
I kind of feel like we should start with the Net because it's a nice
Yeah.
It's a nice, just 90s thriller.
Mm-hmm.
It's got some internet in it. It'll just kind of ease us into it with that internet. And then, like you say, we need to build the hackers, but we need to build a virtuosity.
Do we?
Virtuosity is fucking crazy.
Is virtuosity about the internet, though?
Yeah, it's about
virtual
the internet,
reality.
The internet, virtual reality, it works. It's fine.
And Lawnmower Man is about virtual reality.
I have no idea. I don't know what
Lawnmower Man works, right? Because there really aren't any movies like I even looked it up, and the other one that they mentioned, Lawnmower Man is VR. It's definitely VR, which like,
and I think virtuosity has a lot of VR in it too.
Which like fits with the internet. I mean, I just feel like
I just like we should view it as
computer
internet
technology,
and computer technology through 90s cinema.
Yeah.
I'm very, 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 very excited.
It's happening.
I've been waiting.
It's sort of like Existence. Oh, which is 90s too. And there is the 13th Floor, because that's another one where I'm like, I've always wanted to see that.
Because how bad is Lawnmower Man? Like, is it worth doing, or should we replace it with like 13th Floor or Existence?
Existence, right? Existence is Cronenberg.
I know. I remember liking it, but I've never even seen 13th
13th Floor, I think, is 99. I think it came out the same year as The Matrix. Lawnmower Man is no worse than fucking Hackers. Yeah, I think that's what this is we're like, what are we doing here? Are we trying to get like the most interesting commentary on the world, or we're just trying to get the worst movies?
I want to see really bad movies about the internet.
Yes, because Existence is like actually. You know what? I think Existence and 13th Floor go with Dark City.
Yes,
and so does
this.
So does Strange Days as well. But we could find another one.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, maybe it would just be The Matrix.
Honestly, if we do The Matrix, we should do a Matrix month.
You would put those together? Yeah, I feel like it. I mean, Strange Days. Really, it's Existence, 13th Floor, Dark City, and this Strange Days.
Mm-hmm.
But that's okay. We already knocked it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then The Matrix.
Let's stick with Lawnmower Man for this one, and then that's peak 90s sci-fi. Which one is 13th Floor?
All the things I mentioned. I think
gotcha.
is what you're saying. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Never saw Sneakers. Sneakers is great.
Sneakers is great,
but it has. Sneakers to me is more about spying and cons.
Yeah. How does the internet play into it? I love Sneakers, but I don't. Was it like an integral part?
No, not really. Sneakers is like surveillance.
Yeah.
Sneakers is surveillance. Yeah. Sneakers is great.
Kids just like,
I didn't see it.
Sneakers is great.
Yeah. But he was like, I never saw it, so I don't know why you guys ask me. My voice is my passport. Verify. Yeah, Sneakers goes with like fun con movies.
What about
kind
Mission
of.
Impossible?
No, that's not internet. That's surveillance and spies. Yeah. Which that could go with Sneakers. Spy movies.
Talk to Job a lot via the internet. Yeah, I know. I get it.
Yeah.
You don't like that idea.
I mean,
you don't want to do Detroit.
Mission Impossible's awesome.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, I get it.
I want to do Detroit.
It's the
I want to do them both.
Show.
Finally gets it.
Look, I'm getting to do the net. I don't care what else we do.
I know.
And it's probably going to be...
Who's going to do that net?
We're going to watch it and we'll be like, what the fuck? There's nothing to unpack here. It's all surface level.
It's fantastic.
And then I'm like, yeah.
I just remember Jeremy Northam. And I mentioned him every time we talk about the net. And you go, who? Why do you know that guy's name? That's what you say every time.
Who is he?
Look him up. Jeremy Northam. I'll spend 90 minutes watching 90 Sandra Bullock. Yeah, man.
We talked about doing it. We talked about doing an all Bullock month.
Here are the things we talked about. We were like this, and then we talked more because it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and we were like, you know what we should do is a 90s Sandra Bullock month and do, what was it? The net, Speed, Hope Floats, and Practical Magic.
Or like, I said Demolition Man. Yeah,
Demolition Man.
Yeah.
Demolition Man.
But then Hope Floats was filmed like 20 minutes from where we're at,
and then we're gonna do it on location.
So we were gonna go do an on location episode.
We're just gonna walk around Stephenville or whatever, and
be like, that's where Henry Connick stood, and that's where they had dinner at one night.
Yeah. And I was like, And I was like, I was like, it'd be funny because we'd have to, because I would go and I'd expect to be like, I wonder if like we'll have to like really ask some people or ask if they to find out if they remember. And then I was like, oh, never mind. It's probably like they're like the hope floats down. And you said like that. Actually, literally,
I've it's in Smithsville, and I've filmed I got to film a couple things there, and there's a sign. There's a sign that's like the town of Hope Floats.
Yeah.
And I think she put like money into the town.
Oh, sure.
Because she lives here.
Yeah.
And she has like a restaurant here, and I think she put money into the town. It's a nice town. They
Oh,
filmed
really?
a lot of Tree of Life there.
Oh.
Yeah.
They
My buddy, I used to work with a band, and the manager of that band, he lived out there, and they rented out his house, like the front lawn in Tree of Life where they spend a lot of time. That's
Really?
his front lawn.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah.
Where she's doing the laundry.
And I went back and looked, and I was like, it is his house. And I was like, so what was that like? He was like, yeah, it was weird. Like Brad Pitt would like use my bathroom, and then Angelina Jolie, because that's when they were still together. It's like she would be there and she would use my bathroom, and I was like, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
He's like, it was weird.
Yeah.
I think they like planted a tree in his like front lawn.
Yeah.
And he's like, they paid me well. I was like, that's awesome.
Crazy. That Hope Floats thing reminds me of like, do you know the Eagles song "Take It Easy"?
Mm-hmm.
It goes, I've been standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see. It's a girl, my lord, with flapping Ford. Yeah, anyway, so I was like, I like this song a lot. And we were driving across the country, and I saw that we were driving through Arizona, and like Winslow was not too far, and I was like, oh man, like we could take a small detour and just go through Winslow, Arizona, and I'm gonna go find some street corner, take a picture of myself standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, and it'll be fun. It'll just be fun. People won't get it, like no one will, whatever, but it'll be fun. And we're driving through, and as we get closer, this thing where like you tune your radio to certain whatever, and it was like Winslow, tune it, whatever, and it goes, come take your picture with the girl in the flatbed Ford and something on it, and I was like, oh, this ruins it. This is really sad. I can't believe that's all that. And we drove in, and like they have like a
Think
mural
you got an original idea?
Yeah.
You don't.
But I was also like, oh, someone mentioned this town in a song in 1978,
And then boom.
and then they were just like, that's what we've got. That's what we got. And I was just like, okay, man, okay, dude. But I mean, hey. All right. Yeah. Oh yeah. So we talked about doing 90s Sandra Bullock, and then you were like, let's do really specific stuff. I think he said like, let's do 90s movies that take place in sand.
Yeah. 90s movies that take place in
Tank
sand.
Girl,
Stargate,
Three Kings,
Stargate, Dune,
but 80s though. But yeah.
Oh no, yeah, sorry, that was 80s.
They were just like, well, just do sand movies.
And we could do just
Parts of Beetlejuice,
The Mummy. Like actually, that's like a prime one.
The Mummy, man,
The Mummy.
The Mummy. No.
We should do that. I think we should do
sand
90s
movies.
movies
Sand
that take
month.
place.
They go, what? What happened to you guys?
We're running low on ideas.
Yeah, we couldn't decide between Detroit and Hurt Locker, so we did Sand Month. And then we'll just do different topographical Water Month. Well, then
I would love to do The Mummy. I love The Mummy.
Yeah, The Mummy is
It was a
super fun.
great.
The Mummy and Stargate 1 month would be great. Yeah. All right, let's go away. I'm gonna raid a platypus. Will you guys tell him that he's great? And I think he might be on vacation, have someone else streaming for him. I'm not sure, but hey. I'm really tired. I got really tired. Thanks, guys. You guys are the best, and thank you very much. See ya.
See you next week for the Hurt Locker.
Or Detroit. Who knows? All right.
I gotta wait.
See you guys. I gotta pee too, and I'll see you guys later. And hey, Jeff, go for a pass, bro. Love you guys. And Block, I hope.
I'm gonna throw you
I
out
hope
of
it's
the club and Block.
I hope it's clear we're totally fine. We always will be. It doesn't matter. Love you, dude. Love you, Ken. Love you guys.
Yeah,
all
guys
of you
are
guys.
the best.
You guys are the best. You guys are the best, guys. You were here and we all talked to. I just love. I can't. I know. I said
doing it.
I love doing it. I say it every fucking time. I say it too much, maybe, or maybe not enough. Not enough for how much I feel, but too much to not get repetitive. It makes me so happy And I just love that you're here. I appreciate it so much. It means so much to me to be able to do this. Thanks, guys. Filmography Fox. It's the greatest. I just feel I won the Block Oscars, I feel like, when you said that. All right. Lots of love, guys. Say hey to a platypus, and we'll be back with Detroit. Hurt Locker.